Before we begin, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. There's something appropriate about marking the moment, the specific hour, the particular place, when you first encounter certain ideas, because what we're discussing today isn't simply literary history or the biography of a fictional character. We're examining how a book that never existed became more real than many books that do exist, and how a man who never lived achieved a kind of immortality that eludes most historical figures. Abdul Alhazred, the mad Arab of Sana'a, author of the Necronomicon, the most famous grimoire never written, the most dangerous book never published, the most sought-after manuscript never found. Howard Phillips Lovecraft invented him in 1921, a casual reference in a letter to a friend. Yet today, university libraries receive earnest requests for this non-existent tome. Occultists claim to practice its rituals, and philosophers cite it as metaphor for modernity's deepest anxieties. This is not a story about whether the Necronomicon is real. That question misses the point entirely. This is an investigation into how fiction becomes mythology, how invented history achieves the weight of fact, and how a deliberate literary hoax revealed something true about our relationship with forbidden knowledge. We'll trace Alhazred's origins in a 5-year-old's fantasy through Lovecraft's methodical construction of false scholarship, examine the book's function across dozens of interconnected stories, and follow its escape from fiction into occult practice, academic philosophy, and cultural anxiety. By the end, you'll understand not just who wrote the Necronomicon, but why we needed someone to have written it, and why, knowing it's fiction, we still cannot stop searching for it. Howard Phillips Lovecraft composed the first reference to Abdul Alhazred in a letter dated sometime in 1921, though the exact date remains disputed among scholars. He was living at 598 Angel Street in Providence, Rhode Island, in a state of near-complete social isolation following his mother's death in 1919 and the collapse of his brief career as an essayist. This was not the productive solitude of the dedicated artist, but something closer to psychological crisis. A 31-year-old man living on a modest inheritance, sleeping through days, writing through nights, sustained by ice cream and an elaborate fantasy life constructed from 18th century literary models and his own increasingly vivid dreams. The Necronomicon emerged from this period not as calculated commercial product, but as what we might call imaginative necessity, a way of lending coherence to the fragmentary cosmic visions that had begun appearing in his work. It was, from the beginning, less a book than a method, a technique for making the impossible seem inevitable, the invented feel historical, the wholly original appear to be merely recovered. The letter to Reinhard Kleiner, a fellow amateur journalist, contains what appears to be the first written mention of Abdul Alhazred, though Lovecraft claimed the name dated to his childhood. He presents it casually, embedded in a discussion of his recent story, The Nameless City, as if citing an actual historical source rather than something he'd fabricated perhaps moments before putting pen to paper. This casualness is itself instructive. Lovecraft was constructing what literary scholars now call pseudo-documentary fiction, a mode that presents invented material through the apparatus of scholarship, footnotes, bibliographies, references to other texts, both real and imaginary. The technique was not entirely original. Robert W. Chambers had employed it in The King in Yellow, 1895, and Edgar Allan Poe had pioneered it in The Facts in the Case of Valdemar decades earlier, but Lovecraft brought to this tradition an antiquarian's obsessive attention to detail and a rationalist's insistence on internal consistency. He was creating not just a story, but an entire architecture of false knowledge, a library of books that never existed, authored by scholars who never lived, preserved in institutions both real and imaginary. Consider this carefully. The Necronomicon's power derives not from what Lovecraft wrote about it, but from what he refused to write. He never composed the actual text of the grimoire, never provided full incantations or complete descriptions of rituals, never exhausted the book's possibilities through over-explanation. Instead, he offered fragments, a phrase here, a passage there, always quoted rather than presented whole, always mediated through the terrified or obsessed consciousness of his protagonists. This strategic incompleteness transformed the Necronomicon from mere plot device into literary void, a textual absence that readers' imaginations rushed to fill. The book became infinite precisely because it remained unwritten, dangerous precisely because its contents could only be suggested, never fully known. Where other authors might have eventually written the grimoire they'd invented, and indeed, later authors would attempt exactly this, Lovecraft understood that the ultimate forbidden book must remain forever beyond the reader's reach, perpetually promised, but never delivered. The broader context of Lovecraft's method involves what he called cosmic indifferentism, or cosmicism, a philosophical position he was developing simultaneously with his fictional mythology. This worldview held that humanity occupied no special place in the universe, that consciousness was a chemical accident in an indifferent cosmos, and that the truths revealed by modern science were fundamentally incompatible with human comfort or meaning. The Necronomicon became the perfect vessel for this philosophy, a book that revealed cosmic realities so alien to human experience that merely reading it induced madness, not metaphorically, but literally, as a function of cognitive incompatibility. Where traditional grimoires promised power over spiritual forces, Lovecraft's grimoire promised only the revelation of humanity's absolute powerlessness before incomprehensible entities that existed entirely outside moral categories. It was not a book of black magic opposed to white magic, but a book that revealed magic itself as a trivial human categorization imposed on forces that predated humanity by billions of years and would outlast it by longer still. By 1922, Lovecraft had begun citing the Necronomicon across multiple stories, building a self-referential network that lent each new mention the weight of accumulated citation. The Hound contains the first published reference, with the book appearing among the possessions of a Dutch grave robber. The Festival, 1923, offers the first direct quotation, a passage in archaic English describing underground dwellers. The Call of Cthulhu, 1926, treats it as established scholarly resource, consulted by Professor Angel in his investigation of a global cult. This methodical accumulation created what we now recognize as world building, though Lovecraft would never have used that term. He was constructing verisimilitude through repetition, each new story treating previous inventions as established facts, each new reference strengthening the illusion of historical authenticity. The technique proved remarkably effective. Readers encountering these stories in Weird Tales magazine between 1923 and 1928 had no comprehensive view of Lovecraft's body of work, no index of his inventions versus actual scholarship. each story arrived as an isolated artifact, its citations to the Necronomicon appearing to reference real texts simply because the story treated them as real. What Lovecraft created, then, was not simply a fictional book, but a method for generating fictional authority, a technique that would prove far more influential than any individual story he wrote. The Necronomicon demonstrated how invented scholarship could serve as narrative infrastructure, how false bibliographies could create entire fictional histories, and how the appearance of academic apparatus, dates, names, institutional affiliations could generate belief even when the content being presented violated every known law of physics and biology. This method would be adopted by later authors ranging from Jorge Luis Borges, who wrote reviews of non-existent books, to Umberto Eco, whose novels incorporate vast invented scholarly apparatuses, to the entire contemporary genre of found footage horror films. But in 1921, struggling with isolation and existential dread in a Providence boarding house, Lovecraft was simply trying to make his nightmares feel like history, his cosmic anxieties feel like archaeology. The Necronomicon began as a solution to a technical problem in fiction writing and became something far stranger, a book that doesn't exist, but somehow cannot be destroyed, authored by a man who never lived, but whose biography we know in intimate detail. The grimoire tradition in Western occultism stretches back at least to the medieval period, establishing a literary and cultural template that Lovecraft inherited and transformed. The Key of Solomon, attributed to the biblical king, though composed sometime between the 14th and 16th centuries, established the fundamental pattern: a book of forbidden knowledge, dangerous to possess, capable of compelling spiritual entities, passed down through generations of initiates who risked their souls to master its contents. The Lesser Key of Solomon, or Lemegeton, the Picatrix, a Latin translation of an Arabic astrological text, the Munich Manual of Demonic Magic, and dozens of other grimoires circulated in manuscript form throughout Europe, copied by hand, hidden from ecclesiastical authorities, occasionally burned when discovered. These texts shared certain characteristics that would prove essential to understanding why Lovecraft's invented grimoire succeeded where others failed. They claimed extreme antiquity, attributed authorship to figures of legendary wisdom, contained material explicitly forbidden by religious authorities, and most importantly, they promised power, the ability to summon angels or demons, to discover hidden treasures, to command spirits, to transcend human limitations through knowledge of divine or infernal names. The grimoire was not simply a book, but a technology, a tool for reshaping reality through proper understanding of its hidden mechanics. Lovecraft grasped this tradition's essential appeal while inverting its promise. His grimoire offered not power, but the revelation of powerlessness, not mastery over cosmic forces, but the shattering recognition that such mastery was impossible. The 19th century witnessed what scholars call Orientalism, the Western imagination's construction of the East as repository of ancient, dangerous, and exotic wisdom, fundamentally different from European rationality. Edward Said's post-colonial analysis would later identify how this construction served imperial purposes, rendering Eastern cultures as simultaneously fascinating and threatening, sophisticated yet primitive, wise yet irrational. But for our purposes, what matters is how this cultural phenomenon shaped Western occultism and popular fiction. The Arabian Nights, translated into French by Antoine Galland between 1704 and 1717, established the template. The East as location of magical knowledge, of jinn and sorcerers, of cities buried beneath desert sands, containing secrets older than Christianity. By the Victorian period, this had crystallized into a specific set of associations: Arabia, Egypt, and Mesopotamia as sources of pre-Christian wisdom, their deserts concealing lost civilizations, their languages encoding knowledge suppressed by Western religion. When Lovecraft created Abdul Alhazred, the mad Arab of Sana'a, he was drawing on 2 centuries of accumulated Orientalist fantasy, positioning his grimoire within a geography already associated in Western imagination with forbidden knowledge and dangerous antiquity. The choice was both calculated and problematic, exploiting cultural stereotypes that rendered the East as acceptably other, a place where impossible things might plausibly occur. Theosophy and the lost continent literature of the late 19th century provided another crucial antecedent, establishing the idea that ancient civilizations had possessed scientific and spiritual knowledge subsequently lost to history. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, 1888, claimed to reveal teachings from Tibetan masters describing vanished continents of Lemuria and Atlantis, whose inhabitants had mastered both material and spiritual sciences. Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, 1882, argued, with impressive pseudo-scholarly apparatus, that Plato's Atlantis had actually existed, serving as the origin point for all human civilization. These works succeeded not through logical argument, but through the sheer weight of accumulated citation, the appearance of scholarship, overwhelming the absence of actual evidence. They demonstrated that readers desperately wanted to believe in hidden ancient knowledge, in civilizations that had risen and fallen, leaving only fragmentary hints of their sophistication, in the possibility that the modern world had forgotten more than it knew. Lovecraft absorbed this lesson thoroughly. His Necronomicon would describe civilizations that predated humanity entirely, knowledge that had nothing to do with human spiritual development or lost wisdom traditions, but rather testified to humanity's absolute lateness on the cosmic stage, our arrival in a universe already ancient beyond comprehension and populated by entities to whom we were less than insects. Robert W. Chambers' The King in Yellow, 1895, provided the immediate literary precedent for a fictional book that drives its readers mad. Chambers' collection featured multiple stories referencing a play titled The King in Yellow, which anyone who reads past the first act supposedly goes insane. The book itself appears across different stories, creating an interconnected mythology while never revealing the play's actual contents. This was the template Lovecraft needed, a dangerous text whose danger derives not from what it explicitly contains, but from what it reveals about reality itself, a book that functions not as spell manual, but as cognitive hazard, information that human minds cannot process without breaking. Chambers had demonstrated that the cursed or forbidden book could serve as narrative infrastructure, allowing multiple stories to share a mythology without requiring the author to actually write the dangerous text itself. But where Chambers' play remained theatrical and decadent, its horror rooted in fin de siècle aestheticism, Lovecraft's grimoire would be archaeological and materialist, its horror derived from a universe indifferent to human consciousness. The Necronomicon was the King in Yellow, stripped of romanticism, transformed from cursed artwork into scientific documentation of an uncaring cosmos. The cultural memory of dangerous books extended beyond fiction into actual historical accusations and suppressions, providing Lovecraft with ready-made templates for his invented book's reception. Medieval and Renaissance grimoires had been condemned by both Catholic and Protestant authorities, their possession punishable by excommunication or death, their contents deemed genuinely hazardous to Christian souls. The sworn book of Honorius, purportedly written by Honorius of Thebes, likely a fictitious attribution, was repeatedly banned throughout medieval Europe. The Book of Abramelin, a grimoire describing a lengthy magical operation supposedly leading to conversation with one's guardian angel, circulated in manuscript for centuries before being published in the 19th century, always surrounded by warnings about the spiritual dangers inherent in its rituals. These historical precedents established that books could be genuinely dangerous, that knowledge itself might constitute a threat requiring suppression, and that religious and secular authorities took such threats seriously enough to burn books, and occasionally their owners. Lovecraft's genius was recognizing that in a post-Enlightenment, rationalist context, this danger could no longer be framed in terms of demonic corruption or spiritual damnation. Instead, the Necronomicon's danger would be naturalistic. It revealed truths about material reality that human psychology could not accommodate, information that restructured consciousness itself in ways incompatible with sanity or survival. The decadent and symbolist movements of the late 19th century had already established the idea that certain forms of art or knowledge could be inherently corrupting, not through supernatural influence, but through psychological impact. Joris Karl Huysmans' La Base, 1891, featured black magic and satanic rituals presented as simultaneously psychological and real, ambiguous in their ontological status, but unambiguous in their effects on practitioners. Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, 1890, depicted corruption as aesthetic and moral simultaneously, beauty and knowledge combining to destroy the soul, or whatever naturalistic equivalent of the soul a materialist philosophy might permit. These works emerge from a broader cultural anxiety about decadence, about whether civilization itself might be a corrupting force, whether knowledge and sophistication led inevitably to exhaustion and degeneracy. Lovecraft, writing a generation later amid the disillusionment following World War I, would strip this anxiety of its aesthetic ornamentation and present it in starkly materialist terms. The Necronomicon corrupts not through moral degradation, but through cognitive incompatibility, not because it teaches evil, but because it reveals a universe structured in ways human minds evolved never to comprehend. This convergence of traditions, grimoire literature, Orientalist fantasy, lost civilization mythology, cursed art narratives, and decadent philosophy, created the cultural soil in which the Necronomicon could take root and flourish. Lovecraft was not working in isolation, but synthesizing centuries of Western anxiety about knowledge, otherness, and the limits of human understanding into a single fictional artifact that somehow captured all these concerns while appearing to be nothing more than a plot device in pulp horror stories. The book succeeded because it arrived at precisely the right cultural moment, when traditional religious frameworks for understanding forbidden knowledge had lost their explanatory power, but the anxieties those frameworks addressed remained urgent and unresolved. What happens when we learn things we cannot unlearn? see things we cannot unsee, understand things that make previous understanding impossible. The grimoire tradition had always gestured toward this question. Lovecraft made it the explicit content of his invented book, and in doing so, created something that transcended its origins to become a genuine cultural phenomenon, a fiction that revealed something true about modernity's relationship with knowledge itself. The name Abdul Alhazred originated in Lovecraft's childhood, a biographical fact that reveals how deeply rooted his invented mythology was in personal fantasy rather than calculated literary construction. According to Lovecraft's own account, given in various letters throughout his adult life, he created this persona at approximately age 5, after reading an edition of the Arabian Nights that his family owned. The young Lovecraft, enchanted by the exotic locations and supernatural events of Scheherazada's tales, decided to adopt an Arabian identity for imaginative play, christening himself Abdul Alhazred and constructing elaborate fantasies about desert adventures and ancient cities. This childhood invention lay dormant for over 2 decades before resurfacing in his adult fiction, transformed from innocent childhood play into the signature of cosmic horror's most dangerous text. The name itself follows Arabic naming conventions only approximately. Abdul functions correctly as a theophoric element meaning servant of, typically followed by one of the names of God, as in Abdullah, servant of Allah, or Abdul Rahman, servant of the Merciful. But Al-Hazred has no Arabic etymology whatsoever. It appears to be Lovecraft's phonetic invention, possibly influenced by hazard, or the archaic English hazard, suggesting danger, though this remains speculative. What matters is that the name sounds plausibly Arabic to English speakers unfamiliar with the language, achieving verisimilitude through sonic association rather than linguistic accuracy. This childhood origin reveals something crucial about how the Necronomicon functions as imaginative object rather than calculated hoax. Lovecraft was not attempting to deceive readers in the manner of literary forgers who carefully researched historical periods and writing styles to create convincing fakes. Instead, he was drawing on the deep reservoir of childhood fantasy, those elaborate imaginative constructions that children create and inhabit with complete conviction before adolescence teaches skepticism and embarrassment. There is something profoundly unsettling about this genealogy, the idea that horror fiction's most famous grimoire traces back to a 5-year-old playing at being an Arab mystic in turn-of-the-century New England. It suggests that the Necronomicon's power derives not from Lovecraft's adult rationalism and philosophical materialism, but from much older psychological strata, from the child's capacity for complete imaginative absorption untempered by critical distance. The book that reveals cosmic truths too terrible for adult minds to bear was authored, in some sense, by a child's fantasy self, a fictional persona created before Lovecraft understood fiction as construction rather than discovery. This circular loop, adult Lovecraft, attributing his cosmic horror masterwork to a persona his child self invented, creates a strange temporal paradox, as if the mad Arab somehow authored himself through Lovecraft's imagination across the gap of 2 decades. The title, Al-Azif, and its English translation, Necronomicon, constitute the most significant etymological construction in Lovecraft's invented mythology, each name carrying specific resonances that contribute to the grimoire's power as literary object. Al-Azif supposedly represents the book's original Arabic title, and Lovecraft claimed in his 1927 pseudo-scholarly History of the Necronomicon that this phrase referred to those nocturnal sounds made by insects, supposed to be the howling of demons. This etymology is, of course, entirely fabricated. Azif has no particular meaning in Arabic relating to insect sounds or demons, though the definite article al is authentic. What Lovecraft achieved here was something more subtle than simple invented language. He created a title that suggests meaning without providing it, that sounds sufficiently foreign to resist easy verification while maintaining just enough specificity to feel researched rather than random. The suggestion that desert Arabs interpreted insect sounds as demonic whispers establishes the book's fundamental ambiguity. What is natural and what is supernatural? Are the sounds simply insects, or are they genuinely demons? Or, more disturbingly, is there no meaningful difference once one understands the true nature of what we call natural? The title in Arabic thus encodes the book's essential philosophical content. Reality itself is the horror, properly understood. The Greek title, Necronomicon, represents Lovecraft's most successful piece of invented philology, a word that has entered popular culture so thoroughly that many assume it represents an actual Greek text rather than a 20th century American's fabrication. Lovecraft constructed the title from three Greek roots: necros, dead, corpse; nomos, law, custom, convention; and icon, image, likeness, representation. The resulting compound could be translated several ways: an image of the law of the dead, pictures concerning the customs of the dead, or perhaps more ominously, the book of dead names. This multiplicity of possible translations itself functions as a kind of hermeneutic trap, suggesting depths of meaning that resist definitive interpretation. Different Lovecraft scholars and later writers have favored different translations, and the very act of arguing over the correct translation of an entirely invented word carries its own absurdity. But the title succeeds precisely through this combination of apparent scholarly precision and fundamental ambiguity. It sounds authentically Greek. The morphology is plausible, even if the specific compound is Lovecraft's invention, while suggesting content simultaneously specific. It concerns the dead and their laws, and mysterious. What laws? Who's dead? What kind of images? The title promises knowledge while withholding clarity, offering a doorway whose threshold remains perpetually visible, but never quite crossable. This etymological construction demonstrates Lovecraft's understanding that invented languages and titles must balance familiarity and strangeness, must be sufficiently grounded in real linguistic patterns to feel researched while remaining sufficiently obscure to resist immediate verification. Consider carefully how different this is from the transparent fantasy languages of other pulp writers who often simply strung together vaguely exotic syllables with no attention to morphology or phonological consistency. Lovecraft, despite having no formal training in Arabic or advanced Greek, understood that verisimilitude required at minimum the appearance of linguistic logic, titles that followed plausible formation rules, even if the specific combinations were invented. The genius lies not in perfect accuracy. Lovecraft's etymologies would not survive serious philological scrutiny, but in achieving sufficient plausibility that readers accept them as authentic without investigation. Necronomicon sounds like the kind of title a Greek translation of an Arabic grimoire might plausibly bear, which is all it needs to do. The word has since been analyzed, debated, and reinterpreted by scholars, occultists, and enthusiasts, generating more commentary than many actual ancient texts receive, demonstrating how successfully Lovecraft created not just a title, but a hermeneutic object, something that invites and rewards analysis despite, or perhaps because of, its fundamentally fictional nature. The mythology of the book's translation history represents another level of etymological construction, one that operates not through language itself, but through the social history of language transmission. According to Lovecraft's History of the Necronomicon, Abdul Alhazred's Arabic original was translated into Greek by Theodorus Philetas of Constantinople in 950 AD, renamed Necronomicon in this process. A Latin translation was produced by the Danish scholar Olaus Wormius in 1228, working from the Greek rather than the Arabic. Dr. John Dee, the Elizabethan mathematician and occultist, supposedly produced the first English translation in 1586, though this version was never published. This transmission history is itself a masterpiece of pseudo-scholarship, borrowing techniques from actual manuscript studies while remaining entirely fictional. Theodorus Philetas is an invented scholar, though the name is plausibly Byzantine. Olaus Wormius, however, was a real person, Olworm, 1588-1654, a Danish physician and antiquarian, though he lived too late to have produced a 1228 translation and left no evidence of interest in Arabic grimoires. John Dee was also real, a genuine Elizabethan scholar deeply involved in occult studies, making him a perfect candidate for Lovecraft's invented translation. By mixing real historical figures with fictional ones, real dates with plausible but incorrect ones, Lovecraft created a transmission history that rewards surface-level research while collapsing under sustained investigation. The symbolic resonance of these names and titles extends beyond their literal or etymological meanings into broader cultural associations that Lovecraft manipulated with considerable skill. Abdul Alhazred carries the weight of Orientalist fantasy, the wise or mad Arab, the desert mystic, the keeper of pre-Islamic secrets. Al-Azif suggests the alien landscape of Arabia, the desert night filled with sounds that might be natural or supernatural, or something that transcends this distinction. Necronomicon combines the authority of Greek learning with the transgression of necromancy, positioning the text at the intersection of classical scholarship and forbidden practice. The successive translations, from Arabic to Greek to Latin to English, map onto the historical transmission of knowledge from Islamic civilization to Byzantium to medieval Europe to Renaissance England, a trajectory that mirrors actual scholarly history while inserting fiction seamlessly into its gaps. This layering of symbolic associations means that the Necronomicon functions simultaneously as exotic Eastern wisdom, classical Greek knowledge, medieval Latin scholarship, and Elizabethan occult practice, accumulating the authority of multiple traditions while belonging definitively to none. The book becomes a kind of etymological palimpsest, each layer of naming and translation adding new resonances without erasing previous ones, until the resulting object exists in a state of permanent semantic excess, always meaning more than any single interpretation can contain. This is why the title Necronomicon succeeds where simpler invented names fail. It is not just a label, but a history, not just a sound, but a tradition, not just a word, but an entire architecture of association that Lovecraft constructed with the care of someone who understood that belief depends less on evidence than on the feeling that evidence must exist somewhere, if only one knew where to look. The history of the Necronomicon stands as perhaps Lovecraft's most audacious act of literary forgery, a document composed in 1927 that presents itself as straightforward bibliographic scholarship while being entirely fictional from first word to last. This brief pseudo-essay, running only a few pages, establishes the complete provenance of the Necronomicon with the dry, authoritative tone of an academic reference work, complete with specific dates, names of translators, institutional locations of surviving copies, and a detailed account of the text's suppression by religious authorities. Lovecraft never published this document during his lifetime. It circulated among his correspondence and was eventually published posthumously, but its influence on the Necronomicon mythology proved disproportionate to its length or distribution. What makes this document remarkable is not simply its inventiveness, but its absolute commitment to the pose of scholarship, its refusal to break character, even for a moment. There are no winking asides, no moments where Lovecraft acknowledges the fiction. Instead, the text proceeds with the methodical precision of genuine bibliographic research, cataloging editions and translations with the same care an actual scholar might devote to tracking manuscript traditions of a medieval text. This performance of scholarship proved more convincing than any amount of Gothic atmosphere or supernatural suggestion could have been, because it appealed to readers' desire not for mystery, but for documentation, not for wonder, but for fact. Abdul Alhazred's biography, as established across Lovecraft's various writings and consolidated in the history, constructs a life that bridges historical plausibility and cosmic impossibility with careful attention to verisimilitude. The mad Arab is said to have lived in Sana'a, Yemen, during the Umayyad Caliphate, flourishing around 700 AD and dying in Damascus in 738 AD. This dating places him in a genuine historical period in actual cities during a real dynasty, but sufficiently far in the past and in a sufficiently understudied period from the perspective of Lovecraft's 1920s American readership that casual verification would be difficult. Alhazred supposedly spent 10 years wandering the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter of Arabia, a real geographical location that remains even today one of the most inhospitable deserts on Earth. During these wanderings, according to Lovecraft's mythology, Alhazred discovered the ruins of Iram, the city of pillars mentioned in the Quran, and the Nameless City, an entirely Lovecraftian invention that predates human civilization entirely. He witnessed things in these ruins that drove him mad, or perhaps expanded his consciousness beyond human limitations. The distinction matters less than the suggestion that exposure to certain realities transforms the observer irreversibly. After emerging from the desert, Alhazred spent his remaining years in Damascus, composing the Al-Azif, documenting what he had witnessed and understood. This biography follows the pattern of historical Sufi mystics and desert hermits who withdrew from civilization to achieve spiritual insight, but inverts the content of that insight. Alhazred returns not with divine truth, but with cosmic horror, not with enlightenment, but with knowledge that makes madness seem like mercy. The circumstances of Alhazred's death establish the text's fundamental danger while maintaining ambiguity about the nature of that danger. According to Lovecraft's account, Alhazred was seized in broad daylight in a Damascus marketplace by invisible monsters and devoured before numerous witnesses who could see his body being torn apart but could not perceive what was attacking him. This death scene accomplishes multiple narrative purposes simultaneously. It confirms that the knowledge Alhazred possessed was genuinely dangerous, that the entities he described in his grimoire were real and aware of his documentation of their existence. It establishes the book's supernatural credentials. Its author was killed by supernatural means, while maintaining the ambiguity essential to Lovecraft's horror. Were the monsters actually invisible? Or did witnesses simply lack the perceptual framework to comprehend what they were seeing? The death also serves as warning. Even the author of the Necronomicon, the one who understood its contents most completely, could not protect himself from the forces he had documented. If Alhazred himself fell victim to the knowledge he possessed, what hope could any subsequent reader have? This biographical detail transforms the Necronomicon from mere dangerous text into something closer to epidemiological vector, a book whose very existence marks the presence of infectious knowledge that cannot be safely contained once released into the world. The manuscript's transmission history, as detailed in the history of the Necronomicon, constructs a pattern of suppression and survival that mirrors actual historical manuscript traditions while remaining entirely invented. The Arabic original was supposedly known to scholars throughout the Islamic world for 2 centuries before Theodorus Philetas produced his Greek translation in 950 AD. This Greek version, titled Necronomicon for the first time, circulated among Byzantine scholars and occultists, but faced immediate ecclesiastical opposition. The Latin translation by Olaus Wormius in 1228 brought the text to Western European attention at precisely the moment when medieval universities were being established and scholastic philosophy was incorporating newly rediscovered Aristotelian texts transmitted through Arabic sources. The parallel is deliberate. Just as genuine Greek and Arabic philosophy was being translated into Latin and transforming European intellectual life, Lovecraft's fictional grimoire was supposedly undergoing the same process, slipping into Western consciousness alongside legitimate scholarship. Pope Gregory IX allegedly banned the Latin Necronomicon in 1232, placing it on the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a real historical list of prohibited books, though no historical record exists of any such text being banned. The Arabic original supposedly disappeared by 1050, with only rumors of surviving copies in Damascus or Mecca. The Latin edition faced periodic purges, with copies burned in Salem in 1692 during the actual historical witch trials, lending the invented suppression the weight of genuine historical horror. The mythology of surviving copies represents Lovecraft's most effective technique for generating belief through specificity. By naming exact institutions that supposedly possessed the Necronomicon, he invited verification while knowing that the very act of asking would create its own evidence. According to the history, 5 copies of the Latin text and 1 of the Greek were known to exist as of 1927. The British Museum supposedly possessed a Latin edition, as did the Bibliothèque Nationale de France in Paris. The Widener Library at Harvard held a copy, as did the Library of the University of Buenos Aires, and a private collector in Boston owned another. Finally, Miskatonic University's library in Arkham, Massachusetts, a completely fictional institution in a non-existent town, held the most complete Latin text, along with the sole surviving Greek manuscript. This list brilliantly mixes real institutions with the invented one, inviting readers to mentally verify the real locations while unconsciously accepting the fictional one through association. More importantly, Lovecraft was creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. Librarians at the British Museum and the Bibliothèque Nationale would soon begin receiving earnest inquiries about their supposed Necronomicon holdings, and some would respond with humor, creating correspondence that future researchers might discover and misinterpret as genuine documentation. The invented bibliography began generating its own evidence, acquiring a historical footprint through the very process of people investigating whether it was real. The collaborative expansion of the Necronomicon mythology by Lovecraft's correspondents and fellow writers transformed what had been a personal literary device into something approaching genuine mythology, distributed across multiple authors and texts in a way that mimicked organic cultural transmission. Clark Ashton Smith, one of Lovecraft's closest correspondents, began referencing the Necronomicon in his own stories, set in the fictional French province of Aveyron and the future continent of Zothique. Robert E. Howard incorporated it into his Conan stories and his horror fiction, while also developing his own fictional grimoire, Unaussprechlichen Kulten, Nameless Cults, by Friedrich Wilhelm von Junst, creating a library of forbidden texts that cross-referenced each other. August Derleth, who would later position himself as Lovecraft's literary executor and systematizer, began citing the Necronomicon before Lovecraft's death and continued elaborating the mythology afterward. This collaborative elaboration operated through the Lovecraft Circle, a network of correspondence and mutual influence among pulp writers who freely borrowed each other's invented mythologies, treating fictional elements as shared creative property. What emerged was something unprecedented in fantasy literature, a distributed mythology that no single author controlled, a fictional cosmology that grew through accretion rather than centralized planning, achieving the complexity and internal contradiction of actual mythological traditions, precisely because it developed through multiple, sometimes conflicting voices. The verisimilitude generated through this accumulation of detail, cross-reference, and collaborative elaboration created what we might call the documentary effect, the sense that these stories were not entirely invented, but rather documented, that Lovecraft and his circle were reporting on something that possessed independent existence rather than creating from whole cloth. This effect depends crucially on specificity without totality, on providing enough detail to feel thoroughly researched while leaving enough gaps that the imagination must complete the picture. Consider how different this is from the world building of subsequent fantasy literature, which often strives for comprehensive encyclopedic completeness, producing companion volumes that exhaustively catalog every detail of the invented world. Lovecraft never wrote a comprehensive guide to the Necronomicon's contents, never provided a complete biography of Abdul Alhazred, never fully explained the relationship between the various entities mentioned in the grimoire. Instead, he offered fragments, each piece adding to the sense of a vast hidden totality that could never be fully revealed because it was too large, too dangerous, too incompatible with human understanding. The book remained forever partial, forever glimpsed, rather than fully seen, and this incompleteness became the source of its power. Every reader's Necronomicon is slightly different, filled in by their own imagination from the suggestive fragments Lovecraft provided. making the grimoire both universal, everyone knows of it, and individual, everyone imagines it differently. This myth-building methodology created something that transcended its origins as commercial pulp fiction technique to become a genuine cultural phenomenon, a fictional object that achieved many of the properties of actual historical artifacts while remaining entirely invented. The Necronomicon exists in a strange ontological space. It is not real, but it has real effects. It was never written, but it has been read. It contains no actual content, but that content has been analyzed and debated. Its author never lived, but his biography is known in detail. This paradoxical status reveals something profound about how belief and fiction interact in modern culture. We no longer require that something be factually true in order to grant it cultural reality. We have learned to live with multiple levels of belief simultaneously, knowing something is fiction while treating it as if it possesses independent existence. The Necronomicon succeeded as mythology precisely because Lovecraft constructed it with the tools of scholarship rather than fantasy, treating his invention with the seriousness of a historian documenting a discovered text rather than a fantasist spinning tales. He understood, perhaps intuitively rather than consciously, that modern audiences believe not in wonders, but in evidence, not in miracles, but in documentation, and that the most effective way to make the impossible believable was not to heighten its strangeness, but to surround it with the familiar apparatus of academic research, bibliography, and institutional authority. The result was a book that never existed, becoming more real than many books that do exist, more discussed and more sought after than genuine medieval grimoires, more influential than authentic occult texts. Abdul Alhazred never lived, but his text lives on, growing and mutating with each new reference, each new adaptation, each new reader who encounters it and adds their own imagination to the collective vision of what the most dangerous book ever written might contain. The Necronomicon embodies what Lovecraft termed cosmic indifferentism, or cosmicism, a philosophical position holding that humanity occupies no privileged position in the universe, and that consciousness itself represents a minor, probably temporary, certainly unimportant phenomenon in a cosmos that predates us by incomprehensible spans and will continue long after our extinction. This is not nihilism in the traditional sense, which at least grants humanity the dignity of tragic meaninglessness. Rather, it is something more unsettling, the suggestion that meaning itself is a parochial human concern, that the universe operates according to principles entirely orthogonal to human values, purposes, or comprehension. The Necronomicon functions within Lovecraft's fiction as the documentary evidence for this philosophy, a text that supposedly catalogues the actual structure of reality, as opposed to the comfortable fictions humanity has constructed to make existence bearable. Where religious texts promise cosmic significance and scientific texts promise comprehensibility, the Necronomicon promises only the annihilation of both comfort and understanding. It is not a book that argues for cosmic indifference, but one that demonstrates it through accumulated evidence, descriptions of entities billions of years old for whom humanity is beneath notice, accounts of cosmic cycles that render human history a momentary flicker, formulae that reveal consciousness as chemical accident rather than spiritual essence. Knowledge functions in the Necronomicon not as enlightenment, but as contamination, inverting the the Socratic equation that understanding leads to virtue, and the Enlightenment faith that learning produces progress. This represents a fundamental challenge to Western philosophical traditions that have, since at least Plato, treated knowledge as inherently beneficial and ignorance as the primary human problem. The Necronomicon suggests instead that certain forms of knowledge are incompatible with human well-being, that understanding can destroy rather than liberate, that there exist truths which should remain unknown, because the human mind cannot accommodate them without breaking. This is not superstitious fear of learning, but a materialist proposition. If consciousness evolved to navigate a specific environment and solve particular survival problems, then information about realities radically different from that environment might simply exceed the processing capacity of human neurology. Lovecraft's protagonists who consult the Necronomicon do not become morally corrupted in the manner of Faustian overreaches. Instead, they undergo something closer to cognitive restructuring, their consciousness forcibly expanded beyond the parameters for which it evolved, resulting in what observers call madness, but might more accurately be termed incompatibility with consensus reality. The book does not teach evil. It reveals that human categories of good and evil are provincial and meaningless at cosmic scales. The conception of time embedded in the Necronomicon mythology challenges linear, progressive temporality in favor of something cyclical, spiral, or perhaps entirely non-linear, captured most famously in the couplet attributed to Abdul Alhazred himself, that is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons, even death may die. This verse, appearing in The Call of Cthulhu, and subsequently quoted across Lovecraft's work and that of his collaborators, suggests a cosmology where death itself is conditional rather than absolute, where vast spans of time can reverse even the most fundamental biological certainties. The entities described in the Necronomicon are not immortal in the sense of continuing unchanged through time, but rather exist in states that transcend the life-death binary entirely, sleeping, waking, existing in dimensions where time operates differently, or perhaps not at all. This temporal cosmology draws on deep mythological patterns, the sleeping god who will wake, the cycle of ages that returns, the eternal recurrence, but strips them of religious or moral significance. The old ones will return, not because of human sin or divine plan, but simply because cosmic cycles turn, because the alignment of stars and planets creates conditions for their re-emergence, because from their perspective, they never truly left. Human history, in this framework, occurs during a brief interval of cosmic calm, a moment between catastrophes when conditions happen to permit consciousness but provide no guarantee of its continuation. Materialism, taken to its logical extreme in Lovecraft's philosophy, becomes more horrifying than any supernatural cosmology because it denies humanity even the dignity of spiritual significance. Traditional horror literature had trafficked in souls, sins, and supernatural punishments, frameworks that at least acknowledged human moral agency and spiritual importance. The Necronomicon describes a universe that is entirely material, governed by physical laws, but physical laws so alien to human experience that they produce effects indistinguishable from magic or miracle. There are no souls to be saved or damned, no moral dimension to existence, no special human nature that might claim exemption from the general meaninglessness of matter rearranging itself according to physical necessity. Consciousness is chemistry. Chemistry is merely complex physics. Physics operates with absolute indifference to whether the patterns it produces include suffering, beauty, meaning, or their absence. The entities catalogued in the Necronomicon are not demons, but biological organisms, vastly older and more powerful than humanity, but not supernatural, simply natural in ways that human science has not yet accommodated and human minds cannot readily comprehend. This materialism makes the horror inescapable. There is no transcendent realm to which one might flee, no spiritual dimension that operates according to different rules. There is only matter, energy, and the cold equations that govern their interaction, equations that the Necronomicon supposedly documents with terrifying precision. The fragility of reality emerges as central theme through the Necronomicon's function in Lovecraft's fiction, suggesting that what humans experience as solid, stable, objective reality is actually consensus hallucination, a collectively maintained illusion that can be punctured by sufficient understanding of what actually exists beyond human perception. This is not solipsism or idealism. Lovecraft insists throughout that reality exists independently of human consciousness, but rather the proposition that human sensory apparatus and cognitive processing evolved to perceive a useful fiction rather than actual truth. We experience 3 spatial dimensions because that model proved evolutionarily advantageous, not because space is actually 3-dimensional. We experience linear time because that processing mode facilitated survival, not because time is actually linear. We experience objects as discrete and solid because that categorization helped our ancestors navigate their environment, not because discreteness and solidity represent fundamental properties of matter. The Necronomicon describes what exists beyond or beneath these useful fictions, geometries that cannot be mapped in 3 dimensions, temporalities that do not flow linearly, entities whose nature cannot be captured through human categories of animal, vegetable, mineral, living, or dead. Reading the book supposedly grants access to this underlying reality, but human neurology cannot process such information without breakdown. Sanity, in this framework, is not mental health, but perceptual limitation, the merciful inability to perceive what actually surrounds us. Anti-teleology pervades the Necronomicon's implicit philosophy, rejecting any suggestion that existence operates toward purposes, that history moves toward goals, that the universe possesses direction or destination. The old ones do not hate humanity. They do not even notice humanity. They are neither evil nor good, because these categories presume moral universes, intentionality, purpose. They simply are, existing in their own contexts, pursuing their own incomprehensible activities, occasionally intersecting with human affairs in ways that prove catastrophic for humans, but incidental from their perspective. This removes even the negative consolation of traditional horror. The demon at least acknowledges your existence enough to seek your corruption or destruction. The old ones do not acknowledge you at all. There is no cosmic struggle between good and evil, no battle for souls, no divine plan threatened by diabolic counterplan. There are only vast beings pursuing vast purposes that have nothing to do with humanity, and occasionally the wake of their passage obliterates civilizations, the way a ship's wake might disturb microorganisms in the water. The Necronomicon catalogues these beings not as moral instruction or spiritual warning, but as simple documentation, the way a field guide catalogues species without judging their purposes or significance. This documentary neutrality, this refusal of teleological interpretation, makes the text profoundly disturbing in ways that explicit moral frameworks cannot achieve. The concept of forbidden knowledge as mimetic hazard, information that damages consciousness through its mere comprehension, represents perhaps the Necronomicon's most modernly relevant philosophical contribution, anticipating contemporary discussions of information theory, cognitive science, and the limits of knowledge. The book is dangerous, not because it teaches dangerous practices, though it does, but because certain information restructures consciousness in ways that make return to previous cognitive states impossible. This is knowledge as one-way door, understanding as irreversible transformation, enlightenment as annihilation of the self that sought enlightenment. You cannot unlearn what the Necronomicon teaches. You cannot unsee what it reveals. You cannot return to comfortable ignorance once you have glimpsed the cosmos as it actually is, rather than as human perception filters it. This makes the text function as cognitive weapon, information as virus, knowledge as plague. The very act of reading with comprehension initiates transformation, not through supernatural influence, but through natural consequence. The mind that successfully processes this information becomes something other than human, or perhaps reveals that human was always a temporary, unstable category, easily disrupted by sufficient contact with reality. In an age of information saturation, viral content, and mimetic warfare, the Necronomicon's model of dangerous knowledge feels less like fantasy and more like prescient warning about what happens when consciousness encounters information it evolved never to process. The taxonomy of cosmic entities catalogued in the Necronomicon establishes a hierarchy of inhuman consciousness that spans from the incomprehensibly vast to the merely alien, with humanity occupying no position in this classification because humanity arrived too late and too small to merit categorization. At the apex sites Azathoth, described across Lovecraft's fiction as the blind idiot god or nuclear chaos dwelling at the center of ultimate void, a mindless force of pure creation and destruction around which reality itself organizes. Azathoth is not conscious in any sense humans would recognize. It possesses no intentionality, no awareness, no purpose, yet serves as generative principle for all existence, churning out universes and dimensions through random fluctuation rather than divine plan. The entity functions as materialist substitute for creator deity, pure physics without consciousness, demonstrating that existence requires no intelligence behind it, no guiding purpose, no cosmic awareness. The Necronomicon supposedly describes Azathoth in passages that cannot be fully translated because human language lacks terminology for entities that combine absolute power with absolute mindlessness, that create without knowing they create, that destroy without malice or even awareness. Yog-Sothoth occupies a different category entirely, described as the gate and the key, existing simultaneously in all times and places, coterminous with all space-time while somehow distinct from it. Where Azathoth represents purposeless generation, Yog-Sothoth represents omniscient awareness without moral dimension, knowledge of all things past, present, and future, without caring about any of it. Cthulhu, despite becoming the most famous of Lovecraft's creations and lending his name to the entire Cthulhu mythos, occupies a relatively subordinate position in the Necronomicon's implied hierarchy. He is described as high priest of the old ones rather than ultimate power, servant rather than sovereign, though a servant of such vast antiquity and power that human categories of strength and weakness become meaningless in comparison. The entity supposedly lies dreaming in the sunken city of Rilia, somewhere in the South Pacific, not dead, but sleeping, maintaining sufficient consciousness, even in torpor, to psychically influence sensitive humans across vast distances, inspiring cults and artistic visions in those whose minds happen to resonate with frequencies of his dreaming thoughts. The Necronomicon's descriptions of Cthulhu, as filtered through Lovecraft's stories, emphasize his fundamentally alien biology, a roughly humanoid form, but with octopoid head, draconic wings, and scale-covered body, suggesting evolutionary paths so divergent from terrestrial life that the very act of perceiving him forces human consciousness into categories it was never designed to process. His awakening, according to cult prophecies supposedly derived from Necronomicon passages, will occur when the stars are right, when cosmic alignments create conditions permitting his full consciousness to function in terrestrial dimensions. This is not supernatural prophecy, but naturalistic prediction based on understanding of how dimensional barriers fluctuate with celestial mechanics, how consciousness itself might be position-dependent in ways human science has not yet theorized. The distinction between outer gods and great old ones, though largely a post-Lovecraft systematization imposed by August Derleth and other inheritors, attempts to organize entities that the Necronomicon presents more ambiguously, creating taxonomic clarity that Lovecraft himself deliberately avoided. The outer gods, Azathoth, Yog-Sothoth, Nyarlathotep, Shub-Niggurath, supposedly exist beyond terrestrial dimensions entirely, in outer voids or higher dimensions, possessing powers and awareness that transcend anything planetary or even galactic in scope. The great old ones, Cthulhu, Hastur, Tsathoggua, and others, while still vastly beyond human power, are at least localized, imprisoned, or sleeping in specific locations on Earth or other planets, bound by some ancient cataclysm or cosmic law to states of dormancy from which they might eventually emerge. This distinction matters less for understanding Lovecraft's original vision than for recognizing how later interpreters felt compelled to organize what Lovecraft had left deliberately chaotic and contradictory. The Necronomicon, as Lovecraft presented it, does not offer neat taxonomies, but rather confused and terrifying fragments, contradictory accounts from observers whose minds were breaking under the strain of what they witnessed, descriptions that shift depending on which cultist is translating which passage for which purpose. The attempt to systematize this material into coherent mythology betrays the essential nature of the book, which succeeds precisely through its incompleteness, its contradictions, its refusal of easy comprehension. Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, and Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos, represent different modes of cosmic horror within the Necronomicon's taxonomy, one emphasizing fecundity and biological excess, the other emphasizing consciousness and deliberate cruelty. Shub-Niggurath appears in fertility cult contexts, worshipped by those seeking reproduction or transformation, associated with dark forests and obscene biological processes that generate life without limit or purpose, creating for the sake of creation in parody of generative deities across human religions. The entity embodies nature, stripped of pastoral romanticism, biology as horror, life as unstoppable proliferation that cares nothing for beauty or meaning or individual survival. Nyarlathotep, conversely, is described as possessing intentionality, appearing in various avatars throughout history to manipulate human affairs, not from cosmic plan, but from something resembling curiosity or amusement, the only entity in Lovecraft's pantheon that seems to notice humanity enough to play with it. He serves as messenger for the outer gods, interface between incomprehensible cosmic forces and terrestrial existence, and his various manifestations, the black man of witch trial testimony, the haunter of the dark, the faceless god, suggest being capable of assuming forms comprehensible to human perception while remaining fundamentally other. The Necronomicon supposedly catalogues his various appearances throughout history, documenting cults across cultures that unknowingly worshipped different manifestations of the same entity. The entities categorized as species rather than gods, the deep ones, the mygo, the elder things, receive in Lovecraft's fiction the kind of biological and anthropological description that the Necronomicon supposedly provides in greater detail, treating them as organisms subject to natural laws rather than supernatural beings operating outside physical constraints. The deep ones, appearing in The Shadow over Innsmouth, are amphibious humanoids dwelling in ocean cities, capable of interbreeding with humans to produce hybrid offspring that undergo transformation in adulthood, shifting from human appearance to fish-like biology in inevitable genetic expression. The Necronomicon allegedly contains genealogical information about these beings, tracking their colonies, documenting their relationship to other marine entities, and providing the biological understanding that makes the horror of hybridization comprehensible. This is not curse or supernatural corruption, but genetics, heredity following natural law, even when that law produces results that human aesthetics find monstrous. The mygo, the fungi from Yugoth, represent extraterrestrial biology, so alien that terrestrial categories of plant and animal cannot contain them. Crustacean-like beings capable of interstellar flight who mine Earth for rare minerals, occasionally abducting humans for scientific study. Their technology so advanced, it appears magical while remaining purely material. The elder things appearing in At the Mountains of Madness are the most thoroughly documented, their entire civilization detailed through discovered artifacts and the account of the scientist who explored their abandoned Antarctic city, creators of early terrestrial life, practitioners of biological engineering, builders of cities whose architecture predates humanity by hundreds of millions of years. The metaphysics of these entities' existence, as implied through the Necronomicon's function in Lovecraft's fiction, suggests they inhabit dimensions beyond human three-dimensional perception, existing in spaces that intersect with terrestrial reality at specific points or during specific conditions, but otherwise remaining imperceptible to human senses. This is not supernatural existence, but natural existence in configurations human neurology did not evolve to process. Four-dimensional beings perceived three-dimensionally might appear to materialize and vanish impossibly, move through solid barriers, exhibit properties that seem to violate physical law, but actually demonstrate physical law operating in dimensions humans cannot perceive. The Necronomicon supposedly contains geometrical diagrams attempting to map these higher dimensional spaces, mathematical formulae describing their properties, warnings about locations where dimensional barriers thin and entity crossover becomes possible. This scientific approach to the supernatural, treating gods as organisms, miracles as physics, horror as natural history, defines the Necronomicon's philosophical project. The book does not ask readers to believe in impossible things, but rather to recognize that human understanding of what is possible has been artificially constrained by sensory limitations, that expanding perception to include what actually exists produces results indistinguishable from traditional supernatural horror while remaining entirely material, entirely natural, entirely subject to laws of physics that simply operate in ways human science has not yet theorized. The terminology of calling rather than summoning encodes a crucial distinction in how the Necronomicon understands human entity interaction, suggesting that these beings are not brought into existence through ritual, but rather noticed, that consciousness capable of perceiving them brings them into relationship with the perceiver, but does not create them or control their actions. Traditional grimoires promised mastery through proper names and formulae, the ability to command demons through knowledge of their true appellations, binding them to human will through correct ritual procedure. The Necronomicon offers no such comfort. The entities it describes existed before humanity and will exist after. They cannot be bound or controlled because they operate at scales where human will is irrelevant. The rituals it contains do not summon them, but rather alert them to the presence of consciousness that has become perceptible to their awareness. This is perhaps the deepest horror the book offers, the revelation that we are surrounded always by vast intelligences that simply do not notice us, and that the only thing protecting humanity is our insignificance, our inability to perceive them, meaning they have no reason to perceive us. Reading the Necronomicon, performing its rituals, speaking its formulae, these actions do not bring monsters into existence, but rather make the practitioner visible to monsters that were always there, announcing one's presence to entities for whom being noticed is the definition of doom. The book's danger lies not in opening gates that were closed, but in developing senses that perceive what was always open, always accessible, always surrounding us, mercifully invisible only because we lacked capacity to see it. The cultist represents the Necronomicon's primary human interface in Lovecraft's fiction, the individual who has not merely read the book, but allowed it to restructure their entire relationship to reality, transforming from curious scholar or amateur occultist into devotee of forces that promise nothing and demand everything. These figures appear across Lovecraft's work as minor characters, witnesses, antagonists, rarely protagonists, because the cultist's perspective is precisely what cannot be represented directly without either trivializing the horror or making it incomprehensible. They have names like Old Whately in The Dunwich Horror, Castro in The Call of Cthulhu, the countless unnamed worshippers in decayed seaports and remote hills who gather at equinoxes to perform rituals whose purposes they may not fully understand, but whose necessity they feel with absolute conviction. What unites these figures is not shared belief system or coherent theology, but rather shared recognition that consensus reality is lie, that the universe operates according to principles wholly incompatible with human welfare, and that acknowledging this truth places one outside human community permanently. The Necronomicon functions for these individuals not as religious text promising salvation or moral instruction, but as operating manual for reality as it actually is, documentation of how existence works once comfortable illusions are stripped away. Abdul Alhazred himself stands as archetype for this transformation, the scholar who went too far, saw too much, returned changed into something simultaneously more and less than human, spent his remaining years documenting what he had witnessed before invisible forces devoured him in broad daylight. Madness operates in Lovecraft's fiction not as mental illness in the clinical sense, but as cognitive incompatibility, the breakdown that occurs when consciousness evolved to navigate three-dimensional Euclidean space and linear time encounters, evidence of dimensions it cannot process and temporalities it cannot accommodate. This is not irrationality or delusion, but hyper-rationality, perception that has become too accurate, understanding that has exceeded the parameters for which human neurology was designed. The Necronomicon induces this state not through supernatural corruption, but through information transfer, presenting data that human cognitive architecture cannot integrate without fundamental restructuring. Consider the protagonist of The Call of Cthulhu, Professor Angel, who dies of apparent heart failure after assembling evidence from multiple sources suggesting global cult activity and the existence of Cthulhu. His death might be read as supernatural assassination, but it functions equally well as cognitive overload, the moment when accumulated evidence forces recognition that cannot be dismissed, producing physiological crisis as the mind attempts to accommodate information it evolved never to process. His grandnephew, who inherits and extends Angel's research, survives only by compartmentalizing, by refusing full integration of what he has learned, by maintaining scholarly distance from material that would destroy him if fully accepted. The book does not make readers mad. Rather, it reveals what madness actually is, not departure from reality, but excessive contact with it, perception operating at levels incompatible with survival. The stages of contamination follow a recognizable pattern across Lovecraft's fiction, a progression from intellectual curiosity through obsessive study to dangerous experimentation to final transformation or destruction, each stage representing deeper integration of Necronomicon knowledge into consciousness and behavior. The pattern begins always with the illusion of control. The scholar, who believes himself capable of maintaining objective distance, studying dangerous material without personal risk, approaching the forbidden with academic dispassion. Wilbur Whateley, in The Dunwich Horror, represents this stage prolonged and weaponized. He has been raised on Necronomicon knowledge from childhood, his entire education oriented toward mastering its contents. Yet even he must seek Miskatonic's more complete Latin text to finish his father's work, suggesting that the book resists complete mastery, always withholds some crucial element that demands further seeking, deeper engagement. The second stage involves recognition that the material is not merely academic, that the entities described are real and the rituals functional, producing shift from study to practice, from reading about summonings to attempting them. Charles Dexter Ward embodies this transition, beginning with historical research into his ancestor, Joseph Curwen, progressing to replicating Curwen's experiments, finally resurrecting Curwen himself using formulas from the Necronomicon, succeeding beyond his understanding and being destroyed by his success. The third stage, transformation, occurs when the practitioner becomes indistinguishable from what they have studied, when human identity dissolves into cultist identity, when the person who began research no longer exists in meaningful sense, replaced by something that wears their body but serves inhuman purposes. The temptation of power drives much of the Necronomicon's human appeal in Lovecraft's fiction, the promise implicit in any grimoire that sufficient knowledge confers control over forces normally beyond human reach, that understanding can be translated into mastery, that the powerless scholar might become powerful magician through study and application. This is the traditional grimoire promise, what drove medieval and Renaissance magicians to risk ecclesiastical punishment by studying forbidden texts, what drives contemporary occultists to seek secret knowledge despite or because of its forbidden status. The Necronomicon offers this promise while undermining it fundamentally. Yes, its rituals work. Yes, they contact or call entities. Yes, they produce effects in material reality. But the power gained proves illusory or pyrrhic because the entities contacted cannot be controlled, the effects produced cannot be contained, and the practitioner who succeeds in using the book's formulae discovers too late that success means annihilation. Old Whately, in The Dunwich Horror, successfully fathers a child on his daughter through ritual invocation of Yog-Sothoth, achieving the power to transcend biological limitations, to hybridize human and old one. But the result is monstrosity that will destroy the world if not stopped, power that serves inhuman purposes rather than human will. The book's deepest irony is that it functions perfectly as advertised, while serving agendas that have nothing to do with the practitioner's desires, giving humans exactly what they ask for in ways that reveal the asking itself as error. The irony of cosmic perspective permeates every human interaction with the Necronomicon, the recognition that those who seek transcendence through the book achieve only the understanding that transcendence means obliteration, that rising above human limitation means discovering that human limitation was mercy, that cosmic consciousness is precisely what consciousness evolved not to have. The book promises to reveal truth, and it does. But truth is incompatible with human flourishing. Understanding is incompatible with sanity. Cosmic perspective is incompatible with continued existence as human being. Readers seek to transcend humanity and discover that transcendence is not elevation, but erasure, not becoming more, but becoming other, not enlightenment, but extinction of the self that sought enlightenment. This is knowledge as punishment for seeking knowledge, understanding as penalty for desiring understanding, wisdom revealing that wisdom itself was the trap. The mad Arab Abdul Alhazred exemplifies this perfectly. He achieved ultimate knowledge of cosmic reality, and the achievement killed him, not metaphorically through loss of human identity, but literally through being torn apart by entities he had spent years documenting. His 10 years in the desert granted him insight into the true nature of reality, and that insight proved incompatible with continued comfortable existence, transforming him from scholar into warning, from person into cautionary tale. Every subsequent reader of his text follows the same trajectory to varying degrees, approaching the book with human purposes and discovering that the book has its own purposes, uses its readers rather than being used by them, turns every questioner into answer to questions they never intended to ask. Cults and collective madness function in Lovecraft's fiction as social structures organized around Necronomicon knowledge, groups that read together, interpret together, perform rituals together, and thereby reinforce each other's perceptions of reality in ways that make return to consensus reality progressively more difficult. The cult in The Call of Cthulhu extends globally, with cells in New Orleans, Providence, and obscure Pacific islands, all worshipping Cthulhu without necessarily coordinating, suggesting that the Necronomicon contains information that produces convergent conclusions across cultures, different readers in different contexts, arriving at similar recognitions, organizing similar practices, anticipating similar cosmic events. These are not centrally organized religions with clear hierarchies and dogmas, but distributed networks of individuals who have undergone similar cognitive transformations, recognized similar truths, found each other through shared understanding that separates them permanently from those who have not read the book. The social dimension amplifies the epistemological danger. One person's madness can be dismissed, medicalized, contained, but collective madness becomes culture, religion, alternative reality that can sustain itself across generations. The esoteric order of Dagon in The Shadow over Innsmouth demonstrates this perfectly. An entire town transformed into cult over generations, its population slowly hybridizing with deep ones through interbreeding, maintaining the appearance of normality to outsiders while organizing their entire social structure around knowledge derived from texts like the Necronomicon. The book creates not just individual madness, but social madness, communities that have collectively accepted truths incompatible with broader human society, isolating themselves geographically and culturally to preserve their altered understanding of reality. The Necronomicon's effect on human consciousness operates according to what we might call the principle of irreversibility. Knowledge once gained cannot be ungained. Understanding once achieved cannot be unachieved. Perception once opened cannot be closed again, making every encounter with the book a one-way transformation that permanently alters the reader, even if they never act on what they have learned. This irreversibility defines the book's function as mimetic weapon, information virus, cognitive hazard that does its damage simply through comprehension rather than requiring action or belief. You might read the Necronomicon and reject its contents, refuse to practice its rituals, maintain intellectual distance from its claims, but you cannot unread it, cannot unknow what it has revealed, cannot return to the comfortable certainties you held before opening its pages. The book leaves marks on consciousness that prove indelible, precisely because they consist not of imposed beliefs, but revealed perceptions, not arguments that might be refuted, but observations that cannot be unseen. This is the source of its ultimate horror, not that it might be false, which would render it harmless fantasy, but that it might be true, which would render human existence unbearable once truth is recognized. Every reader faces this possibility, and those who read deeply enough cross thresholds from which no return exists, find themselves permanently separated from those who have not read, marked by knowledge that functions simultaneously as insight and curse, understanding and doom. The actual contents of the Necronomicon, as implied across Lovecraft's fiction and the collaborative elaborations of his circle, comprise a heterogeneous collection that resists neat categorization, formulae for contacting entities, incantations for opening dimensional gateways, star maps indicating celestial alignments necessary for various rituals, descriptions of non-Euclidean geometries that permit navigation between dimensions, biological catalogs of species that predate or exist outside terrestrial evolution, historical accounts of civilizations that rose and fell millions of years before humanity emerged. This is not systematic grimoire organized according to ritual purpose or theological principle, but rather something closer to commonplace book or field journal, accumulated observations from someone who witnessed realities that human language struggles to encode and human categories cannot contain. The formulae appear in various stories as fragments, never complete enough to be functional outside narrative context, but specific enough to suggest completeness exists somewhere beyond the reader's access. The Danish horror references passages about Yog-Sothoth and the opening of gates. The case of Charles Dexter Ward describes necromantic processes for reviving the dead from their essential salts. The Haunter of the Dark mentions protective inscriptions that can hold certain entities at bay. Each fragment suggests a larger whole that remains mercifully out of reach. The book as iceberg, with only the smallest portion visible above the surface of any single story, the bulk of its contents remaining submerged, implied, forever inaccessible to readers who encounter it only through these narrative glimpses. The language barrier functions as the book's first line of defense, protecting casual readers from its dangerous contents while ensuring that those with sufficient dedication to master medieval Latin or ancient Greek or classical Arabic face proportionally greater risk through demonstrated commitment to understanding. Most who encounter references to the Necronomicon in Lovecraft's fiction cannot read it. The book appears in stories as object of quest or research rather than directly quoted text, precisely because its contents must remain mediated through translation, summary, second-hand account. When Lovecraft does provide direct quotations, they appear in English translation from Latin or Greek, the original Arabic even further removed, each layer of translation serving as filter that simultaneously preserves and distorts, transmits, and protects. This linguistic mediation means that danger correlates with competence. Those who can read medieval Latin face greater risk than those who encounter only English paraphrases. Those who can work with Greek manuscripts face greater risk still, and the hypothetical reader capable of working with the original Arabic text, which supposedly no longer exists, would face maximum exposure with minimum protection. The book rewards linguistic scholarship with cognitive destruction, making academic achievement its own punishment. The very skills that permit understanding, paleography, philology, facility with dead languages, become vectors for contamination, knowledge of Latin grammar and vocabulary, transforming into knowledge of how to properly pronounce incantations, ability to read Greek uncial script, enabling access to geometrical diagrams that restructure spatial perception. Specific spells and passages referenced across Lovecraft's fiction acquire weight through repetition and cross-reference, each new citation reinforcing the sense that a coherent text exists somewhere containing all these elements in proper context. The Dohna formula appears in multiple stories as method for dimensional travel or entity contact, though its exact nature remains deliberately vague. Lovecraft provides the name, but not the content, allowing readers to imagine something more terrible than he could describe. The incantation for contacting Yog-Sothoth appears most completely in The Dunwich Horror, where Wilbur Whately seeks specific passages to complete his father's work. Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key and guardian of the gate. Past, present, future, all are one in Yog-Sothoth. This verse functions simultaneously as poetry, theology, and physics, describing entity that exists outside time while serving as mechanism for accessing temporal dimensions, beautiful in its cadence while terrifying in its implications. Protective inscriptions receive less attention than offensive formulae, but they appear as counterweight to the book's dangers. The elder sign that supposedly repels certain entities, geometrical patterns that create zones of safety, words of banishment that can return beings to their proper dimensions. These protective elements matter philosophically because they suggest the Necronomicon is not purely destructive text, but rather neutral documentation, a field guide that describes both predators and defenses, leaving to the reader the question of which information to apply. The problem of empirical verification distinguishes the Necronomicon from other fictional grimoires and real historical ones. Within Lovecraft's fiction, the book's rituals produce results. Its descriptions correspond to actual entities. Its star maps predict genuine cosmic events. This is not faith-based magical thinking, but repeatable procedure, not belief system, but technology, not superstition, but suppressed science. When Armitage uses passages from the Necronomicon to banish Wilbur Whately's twin in the Dunwich Horror, the ritual works, demonstrably affecting material reality in ways observable by multiple witnesses. When Charles Dexter Ward follows the necromantic formulae to resurrect Joseph Cohen, the procedure succeeds, producing not hallucination or delusion, but actual reanimated corpse capable of independent action. This functionality transforms the book from interesting fiction into existential threat. If its contents are verifiable through experiment, if its claims withstand empirical testing, then the reality it describes cannot be dismissed as primitive superstition or medieval ignorance, but must be accepted as accurate documentation of how universe actually operates. The horror is not that the book might be true despite sounding impossible, but that it is true, provably true, experimentally confirmed true, and truth itself is the horror, reality as it actually exists, rather than as human perception filters it being fundamentally incompatible with human well-being or sanity. The distinction between academic and occult reading marks the difference between survival and destruction when engaging with Necronomicon contents. Armchair scholars who study the text as historical curiosity or literary artifact generally survive, while practitioners who attempt to apply its formulas generally do not, suggesting that theoretical understanding and practical application constitute fundamentally different categories of engagement. Dr. Armitage in The Dunwich Horror exemplifies the protective scholar, someone who has read the Necronomicon thoroughly enough to understand its contents, but maintains careful distance between understanding and practice, between knowing what rituals exist and performing them. His scholarship proves sufficient to recognize the danger Wilbur Whately represents and eventually to counter it, but he never succumbs to the temptation to use forbidden knowledge for personal purposes, never crosses the line from documentation to application. This restraint differentiates him from practitioners like Old Whately or Joseph Cohen, who read the same passages but responded by attempting the procedures described, moving from theory to practice with catastrophic results. The book itself cannot distinguish between these reading modes. It simply presents information, leaving to readers the choice of whether to treat it as anthropological data about ancient superstitions or as functional instructions for reshaping reality. That both readings are sustainable, that the book supports interpretation as either historical document or operational manual creates its fundamental ambiguity and persistent danger. Some interpretations suggest the Necronomicon itself possesses agency, adapting its contents based on who reads it, revealing different passages to different readers according to their psychology, their desires, their vulnerabilities, their capacity to be useful to the entities it describes. This reading transforms the book from passive text to active predator, hunting for consciousness capable of serving purposes that have nothing to do with human intentions or welfare. The idea appears more in later adaptations than in Lovecraft's original work, but it resonates with certain narrative patterns in his fiction. The way different characters consulting the Necronomicon seem to find exactly the passages relevant to their circumstances. The way the book appears to call to certain individuals while remaining inert for others. The way some readers become obsessed while others dismiss it as medieval nonsense. If the book is psycho-reactive, if it presents different faces to different consciousnesses, then it functions less like traditional text and more like mimetic organism, information complex that propagates itself by adapting to host cognitive environments, surviving across centuries, by being whatever each generation of readers needs it to be. Occult wisdom for medieval magicians, scientific documentation for rationalist moderns, psychological archetype for contemporary theorists. This interpretation makes the Necronomicon essentially unkillable, because its survival depends not on physical copies, but on the idea of itself, which replicates across minds through narrative transmission, urban legend, cultural reference, becoming more real with each repetition, regardless of whether any actual text exists. The question of why the Necronomicon cannot be simply destroyed receives different answers depending on whether we emphasize practical, philosophical, or narrative considerations. Practically, multiple copies supposedly exist in scattered institutions, making complete eradication impossible. Destroy one copy, and others remain. Burn the British Museum's edition, and Miskatonic survives. Eliminate all known copies, and rumors of private collections persist. More fundamentally, the knowledge itself proves indestructible once released into culture, spreading through minds that have read it, transmitted through accounts and summaries and references, even when direct access is prevented. Burnings and bannings in Lovecraft's fictional history never succeed completely. The book always resurfaces, always finds new readers, always perpetuates itself through the very attempts to suppress it. Philosophically, the Necronomicon represents knowledge about reality that exists independently of whether anyone documents it. Burning books cannot change facts. Destroying libraries cannot unmake truth. Eliminating texts cannot alter the universe they describe. The old ones exist, whether or not anyone writes about them. The gates between dimensions function whether or not anyone maps them. The cosmic indifference to humanity persists whether or not anyone acknowledges it. The book is simply documentation, and while documentation can be destroyed, what it documents cannot. This makes all attempts at suppression fundamentally futile, fighting symptoms while causes remain untouched, destroying records while facts persist. Narratively, the book cannot be destroyed because it serves essential function in Lovecraft's fiction as a repository of dangerous truth, source of information that protagonists need, but that knowledge destroys them, plot device that enables cosmic horror while remaining strange enough never to become domesticated or comfortable. A destroyed Necronomicon could no longer serve these functions. Its persistence, despite repeated suppression efforts, testifies to its narrative necessity, its structural importance to the kind of stories Lovecraft wanted to tell. Stories where forbidden knowledge exists, can be found, proves dangerous, but remains accessible, creating perpetual temptation for those curious or ambitious or desperate enough to seek it, despite warnings, despite danger, despite the visible fate of everyone who has sought it before. The Hound, written in September 1922 and published in February 1924 in Weird Tales, contains the first published reference to the Necronomicon. Though the book appears only briefly as one item among the bizarre possessions of a Dutch grave robber whose tomb the story's protagonists violate, the narrator and his companion, St. John, decadent thrill seekers exhausted by conventional pleasures, have turned to grave robbing and artifact collection to stimulate jaded sensibilities, accumulating headstones snatched from the oldest churchyards of the world, stolen amulets from the tombs of Egypt, the ghastly soul symbol of the corpse-eating cult of inaccessible Leng. Among these objects, they find a jade amulet depicting a winged hound or sphinx-like creature taken from the tomb of a certain grave robber in a Holland churchyard. This grave robber's collection included a rotting oblong box crusted with mineral deposits from the long, undisturbed ground, the Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul Alhazred. The reference is casual, embedded in a list, treating the book as established fact rather than introducing it as novelty. This cataloging technique, dropping the Necronomicon among other occult objects without explanation, creates impression that educated readers should already know what this book is, that Lovecraft is referencing rather than inventing. The story itself focuses on the amulet's curse rather than the book's contents, but the association is established. The Necronomicon appears in collections of the most extreme and dangerous occult artifacts, possessed by those who have transgressed the boundaries between life and death, marked by its mere presence as object of terrible significance. The Nameless City, actually written in January 1921 before The Hound, though published later, establishes Abdul Alhazred's mythology without yet naming the Necronomicon explicitly, creating the biographical and geographical context into which the book would later be fitted. The story recounts an explorer's discovery of a pre-human city buried in the Arabian desert, where he finds evidence of a civilization of reptilian beings who ruled Earth before humanity emerged. The tale's famous couplet, "That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die," is attributed to the mad Arab Abdul Alhazred, marking the character's first appearance in Lovecraft's published fiction. The narrator quotes this verse as ancient wisdom, relevant to understanding the impossible antiquity and strange vitality of the city's inhabitants, establishing Alhazred as source of cosmic knowledge, witness to pre-human history, someone whose madness derives from having seen too much rather than understood too little. This story creates the biography that the Necronomicon would later document. Alhazred's decade wandering the empty quarter, his discovery of ruins that predated human civilization, his exposure to truths that transformed him from scholar into mad Arab, his composition of verses describing cosmic realities incompatible with human comfort. The Necronomicon, when it appears in later stories, will be understood as the full articulation of insights that this couplet merely hints at, the complete documentation of what Alhazred witnessed during his desert sojourn. The festival, written in October 1923 and published in January 1925, contains what appears to be the first direct quotation from the Necronomicon in Lovecraft's published work, though the passage is presented in English translation and attributed to the Latin text. The narrator, attending a bizarre winter solstice ceremony in ancient Kingsport, is given a book to read while waiting for the ritual to begin. It was the dark Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul Alhazred, the forbidden Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul Alhazred, which I had never seen, but of which I had heard monstrous things whispered. The book contains a passage that chilled me when I read it, a description of underground dwellers who are neither man nor beast, but something I cannot and must not recall. This scene establishes several crucial elements of Necronomicon mythology. First, the book's reputation precedes direct encounter. The narrator has heard monstrous things whispered before seeing the actual text, creating layers of hearsay and legend that surround physical object. Second, reading produces immediate psychological impact. The passage chilled him, affecting him viscerally before he even witnesses what it describes. Third, the book serves as preparation for ritual, instruction manual for understanding what will occur, suggesting its function within cult contexts as documentary evidence and procedural guide. Finally, some contents prove too disturbing to recount even in retrospect. The narrator cannot and must not recall what he read, establishing pattern where the book's most significant passages remain unquoted, described only through their effects on readers. The Call of Cthulhu, written in 1926 and published in 1928, represents the Necronomicon's most significant early appearance, treating it as established scholarly resource that researchers consult when investigating mysterious phenomena, cementing its status as reference work for cosmic horror rather than mere prop. Professor Angel, investigating cult activity across the globe, consults the Necronomicon multiple times, finding passages relevant to Cthulhu worship, references to R'lyeh, information about the Old One's history, and eventual return. The story presents the book as one source among many. Angel also examines cult documents, anthropological reports, newspaper accounts, creating a research methodology that treats the Necronomicon as valid historical source despite its occult content. The narrator, Angel's grandnephew, who inherits and extends this research after Angel's mysterious death, finds that the Necronomicon provides context for understanding cult practices that appear spontaneously across different cultures, chants in unknown languages, identical iconography, shared eschatological expectations. The book functions here as Rosetta Stone, key to decoding cult materials that would otherwise remain incomprehensible, suggesting it documents authentic knowledge about entities that actually exist and civilizations that actually practice their worship. This utility transforms the Necronomicon from dangerous curiosity into essential research tool, something scholars require despite its dangers, the only text that provides necessary information available nowhere else. The story demonstrates how academic research into cosmic horror requires engaging with sources that academic disciplines normally exclude, how understanding certain realities demands consulting texts that understanding will make one wish one had never opened. Building the interconnected universe through these early stories, Lovecraft created what contemporary fantasy literature calls world building through a technique of accumulating cross-references, where each new story treats previous inventions as established facts, lending them weight through repetition and mutual reinforcement. The Hound mentions the Necronomicon in passing. The Dual Festival quotes it directly. The Call of Cthulhu treats it as research resource. Each appearance strengthens the impression that this book exists independently of any single story, that it forms part of a larger reality to which multiple narratives provide different access points. This technique proved remarkably effective in the context of pulp magazine publication, where readers encountered stories individually across months or years, building cumulative sense of a coherent mythology without ever receiving systematic explanation of how pieces fit together. The Necronomicon served as connective tissue, linking otherwise independent stories, creating impression of depth and history, extending far beyond what any individual narrative revealed. Later stories would continue this pattern. The Dunwich Horror, The Thing on the Doorstep, The Shadow Out of Time, each adding new details about the book's contents, new contexts for its use, new examples of its dangers, until the accumulated references created weight of evidence that a merely invented book could never achieve through single comprehensive presentation. Other authors' early adoptions of the Necronomicon accelerated this process of mythological accumulation, demonstrating that the book had escaped Lovecraft's control to become shared property of the Lovecraft Circle, a loose network of correspondents who freely borrowed each other's inventions. Clark Ashton Smith, writing his Baroque horror tales set in fantastical settings like Hyperborea and Zothique, began referencing the Necronomicon and Abdul Alhazred as if they belonged to common literary inheritance rather than being Lovecraft's specific creations. Robert E. Howard, better known for Conan, but also producing horror fiction, incorporated the Necronomicon into his stories while simultaneously developing Unaussprechlichen Kulten, Nameless Cults, by Friedrich Wilhelm von Junst, creating a library of forbidden texts that could be cross-referenced, suggesting multiple authors had independently documented similar cosmic truths from different perspectives. This collaborative elaboration operated through what Lovecraft called Yog Sothothery, a self-deprecating term for the shared mythology. But the effect was serious. Multiple authors treating the same invented elements as real created distributed authentication, each new reference in a different author's work, adding credibility to the whole. The Necronomicon benefited enormously from this process, appearing in stories by multiple writers using different styles and approaching cosmic horror from different angles, making it feel less like one author's invention and more like genuine occult text that multiple writers had independently discovered and incorporated into their work. This collaborative myth-building anticipated later shared world fantasy projects, but operated without formal coordination, through informal networks of correspondence and influence, creating mythology that felt organic rather than constructed, discovered rather than invented, real rather than fictional, despite everyone involved knowing perfectly well that they were making it all up. The Dunwich Horror, written in summer 1928 and published in Weird Tales in April 1929, centers the Necronomicon as narrative engine in ways no previous Lovecraft story had attempted, making the book itself the object around which plot revolves and whose contents directly enable the cosmic catastrophe that the story documents. The tale concerns Wilbur Whately, a precocious and malformed youth raised in isolation in rural Massachusetts by his grandfather, Old Whately, and his mysteriously impregnated mother, who grows at impossible speed and studies occult texts with single-minded obsession. From early childhood, Wilbur's education focuses on mastering the contents of rare grimoires, particularly the monstrous Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul Alhazred, the fragmentary Book of Ibon, and the suppressed Unaussprechlichen Quoten of von Junst. Old Whately, his grandfather and magical mentor, possesses an incomplete edition of the Necronomicon, sufficient to begin the work he has devoted his life to accomplishing, but lacking crucial passages necessary for completion. This incompleteness drives the story's central conflict. Wilbur must obtain access to the complete Latin edition housed at Miskatonic University's library in Arkham, specifically needing passages that his grandfather's fragmentary text omits, passages concerning the opening of dimensional gates and the return of the old ones to terrestrial dominion. The book functions as MacGuffin in classical sense, object whose possession or denial determines plot trajectory, but also as something more philosophically dense, representing knowledge that enables fundamental transformation of reality itself, information whose application could end human civilization, or at minimum render large portions of Earth uninhabitable by humanity. Wilbur's quest for the Necronomicon occupies the story's first half, beginning with letters to Miskatonic requesting access and escalating to personal visit when the librarians refuse to lend so rare and dangerous a text. His arrival at the library creates one of Lovecraft's most effective scenes of mounting tension, as Dr. Henry Armitage, the head librarian, recognizes something profoundly wrong about this visitor, despite inability to articulate exactly what triggers his unease. Wilbur appears superficially normal, tall, goatish in appearance, dressed in shabby rural clothing, but produces visceral discomfort in those who encounter him. Dogs bark and attack him on sight, and Armitage's scholarly instincts warn that permitting this individual access to the complete Necronomicon would constitute catastrophic error. The scene demonstrates how the book's danger operates not through supernatural protection, but through human judgment, through the responsibility of those who control access to genuinely dangerous knowledge to evaluate whether petitioners can be trusted with what they seek. Armitage refuses access, offering only supervised consultation that would prevent Wilbur from studying the specific passages he needs, and Wilbur departs frustrated but not defeated. Wilbur's subsequent attempt to steal the Necronomicon at night leads to his death, and the story's crucial revelation about his true nature, transforming what had seemed like provincial Gothic horror into cosmic catastrophe, narrowly averted. Breaking into the library after closing, Wilbur attempts to locate and remove the Necronomicon from Armitage's locked vault, but the building's guard dog attacks him with supernatural fury, killing him through injuries that should not be fatal to normal human. When Armitage and colleagues examine the body, they discover Wilbur is a hybrid creature, partly human, but also partly something else. His torso covered with tentacles, his body structure fundamentally alien, his appearance when clothed maintained through clothing that concealed his true biology. More significantly, they find his diary, written in cipher but eventually decoded, revealing his grandfather's plan to use specific Necronomicon formulae to open gates that would permit Yog-Sothoth and the Old Ones to return to Earth, initiating transformation of the planet back to the state it existed in before humanity arrived, when the Old Ones ruled without opposition. Wilbur was attempting to complete his deceased grandfather's work, having been fathered by Yog-Sothoth himself. The ritual invocation described in Necronomicon passages, making him hybrid specifically designed to serve as herald and facilitator for the Old One's return. The most famous Necronomicon quotation in all of Lovecraft's work appears in this story, verses that Wilbur sought and that Armitage must eventually master to counter the threat Wilbur's death has unleashed. Yog-Sothoth knows the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the gate. Yog-Sothoth is the key and guardian of the gate. Past, present, future, all are one in Yog-Sothoth. He knows where the Old Ones broke through of old, and where they shall break through again. This passage functions simultaneously as theology, physics, and poetry, describing entity that exists outside temporal dimensions while serving as mechanism for dimensional transit, beautiful in its cadence while terrifying in its implications. The verse establishes Yog-Sothoth as central to the cosmology the Necronomicon documents. Not most powerful entity, perhaps, but most relevant to human concerns, because it represents the possibility of contact, the means by which terrestrial and cosmic dimensions might intersect. Old Whately used these verses to father Wilbur, invoking Yog-Sothoth to impregnate his daughter, creating hybrid that could eventually complete the ritual that would allow full manifestation. The passage demonstrates how Necronomicon contents operate on multiple levels: surface, meaning accessible to any reader; deeper procedural meaning, accessible only to practitioners; and ultimate cosmic meaning that reveals the true structure of reality to those capable of comprehending it. The revelation of Wilbur's twin, an invisible entity of enormous size that has been growing in the Whately farmhouse, fed by cattle that disappear with mysterious regularity, transforms the story from individual threat to civilizational crisis, and demonstrates why the Necronomicon passages Wilbur sought were so crucial to Old Whately's plan. This twin, also fathered by Yog-Sothoth, but taking more after its inhuman parent, exists primarily in dimensions human eyes cannot perceive, visible only partially and occasionally through effects it produces in three-dimensional space. After Wilbur's death, the twin escapes its confinement and begins destroying the countryside around Dunwich, killing and devouring everything in its path, visible only through the destruction it causes and the strange prints its passage leaves in earth and vegetation. Armitage realizes that Wilbur's attempt to steal the Necronomicon was motivated by desperate need. He required specific passages to control or direct his twin brother, to complete the ritual that would open gates for the Old Ones, and without those passages, the twin remains uncontrolled, an apocalyptic force that will eventually destroy everything unless stopped. This escalation demonstrates the stakes involved in controlling access to the Necronomicon. Refusing Wilbur access prevented him from completing his ritual, but also prevented him from containing his brother, leading to crisis that refusal was meant to prevent. Armitage's counter-ritual, drawn from the same Necronomicon passages that Old Whately had used and Wilbur had sought, represents the story's most significant demonstration of how the book functions as neutral documentation rather than inherently evil text. The same knowledge can destroy or protect, depending on Wilbur's purposes and moral commitments. Arming himself with Necronomicon passages concerning the banishment of extra-dimensional entities, Armitage leads expedition to confront Wilbur's twin on Sentinel Hill, where the creature has congregated preliminary to some larger catastrophe. Using formulae pronounced at precisely the right moment, in precisely the right sequence, Armitage successfully banishes the entity, sending it back to whatever dimension it primarily inhabits, preventing its full manifestation in terrestrial space. The ritual works, demonstrably affecting physical reality, proving the Necronomicon's contents functional rather than superstitious. But this success poses profound ethical question. If the book contains knowledge capable of averting cosmic catastrophe, can its suppression be justified? Armitage succeeds precisely because he has studied the same texts that old Whately used, mastered the same passages that Wilbur sought, proving that the distinction between dangerous and protective knowledge lies not in the information itself, but in the purposes to which it is applied, and the character of those who apply it. The moral ambiguity pervading the story's resolution reveals Lovecraft's sophistication in handling the forbidden knowledge theme. The hero necessarily contaminates himself with the same knowledge that created the threat, succeeds by becoming in some sense similar to the antagonist, violates the same boundaries he exists to protect. Armitage survives where Wilbur died, prevents catastrophe where old Whately sought to enable it, but he does so by using the Necronomicon's contents, by pronouncing its formulae, by engaging with cosmic forces that should perhaps remain unengaged. His survival suggests that scholarly discipline and moral purpose provide some protection against the book's dangers, that understanding can be separated from application, that knowledge of the abyss does not require jumping into it. But the story offers no guarantee that this separation can be maintained indefinitely, no certainty that Armitage has not started down the same path that consumed old Whately and Wilbur, merely at earlier stage. He has proven that humans can successfully use Necronomicon knowledge for protective purposes, but he has also proven that such use requires possessing the knowledge, studying the forbidden texts, mastering formulae that were dangerous precisely because they function as advertised. The story thus refuses simple moralizing about forbidden knowledge, acknowledging both its genuine dangers and its potential necessity, leaving readers with recognition that some problems can only be solved by engaging with information whose very engagement constitutes risk, that safety sometimes requires exactly the kind of knowledge that makes safety precarious, that the line between scholar and cultist may be thinner than institutional authority would prefer to acknowledge. The Case of Charles Dexter Ward, written in early 1927 but not published until 1941 after Lovecraft's death, represents his most extended exploration of Necronomicon-enabled transformation, tracing a multi-generational catastrophe initiated by one man's 18th century occult practices and reactivated by his 20th century descendants' historical research. The novel-length narrative follows Charles Dexter Ward, a bookish Providence antiquarian who discovers that his ancestor, Joseph Curwen, a colonial-era merchant who died in 1771, was actually a necromancer who used formulae from the Necronomicon and other grimoires to achieve something approaching immortality through the resurrection of the dead. Curwen's methodology involved reducing corpses to essential salts through alchemical processes, preserving these salts for decades or centuries, then reconstituting the dead through ritual invocations that restored not merely bodies, but consciousness, memory, and identity. This necromantic practice granted Curwen access to knowledge possessed by the deceased, ancient scholars, sorcerers, alchemists, creating an ever-expanding library of consciousness that Kerwin could interrogate, learning secrets that had died with their possessors, accumulating knowledge across generations and civilizations. The Necronomicon provided essential components of this procedure, offering formulae for the preparation of salts, incantations for their reconstitution, and theoretical framework for understanding how consciousness might be preserved and restored through proper manipulation of matter. Ward's initial research proceeds as innocent historical investigation, a young man's fascination with colonial ancestry leading him through archives and graveyards, collecting documents and artifacts, piecing together his ancestors' biography from fragmentary evidence. He discovers Kerwin's correspondence with other occultists across Europe, letters discussing experiments and results in coded language, references to texts like the Necronomicon and the Kanun-e-Islam, suggesting scholarly network devoted to forbidden research. Ward's collection grows to include portraits, manuscripts, laboratory equipment, and eventually the house Kerwin had occupied, a property whose cellars contain evidence of extensive alchemical work, furnaces, alembics, suspicious stains, and caches of essential salts carefully labeled with names and dates. The progression from historical curiosity to dangerous obsession unfolds gradually, each discovery leading naturally to the next. Ward's scholarly instincts driving him deeper into research that begins transforming from academic project to practical replication. The Necronomicon enters this process as research resource, text Ward consults to understand passages in Kerwin's papers, grimoire he studies to comprehend what his ancestor had accomplished. Initially, he approaches it as historical source, documentation of beliefs Kerwin held rather than functional instructions. But this distinction erodes as Ward's research progresses, and he begins recognizing that Kerwin's methodology actually worked, that the impossible longevity and supernatural knowledge Kerwin achieved were not legend or delusion, but documented reality. The process of Ward replicating Kerwin's experiments demonstrates how intellectual curiosity, properly sustained, inevitably crosses boundaries between theory and practice, between studying procedures and performing them, between understanding historical horror and recreating it in the present. Ward begins with small experiments, minor alchemical processes, basic formulae, testing whether Kerwin's methods produce results. They do, consistently and replicably, confirming that what Ward initially approached as superstition actually represents functional technology based on principles that modern chemistry has not discovered or has deliberately ignored. Emboldened by success with preliminary experiments, Ward progresses to more ambitious undertakings, eventually attempting full necromantic resurrection using essential salts from graves he has illicitly obtained. These experiments succeed beyond his expectations and comprehension, producing not mere animated corpses, but fully conscious beings, possessing complete memories of their former lives, capable of answering questions, providing information, serving as living libraries of dead knowledge. The Necronomicon guides each stage of this escalation, its passages concerning death and resurrection, providing procedural details that allow Ward to succeed where improvisation would fail, its formulae enabling transformations that would otherwise remain impossible. The book functions not as supernatural enabler, but as instruction manual, documentation of natural processes that human biology can manipulate, given sufficient knowledge and disregard for conventional limitations. Ward's ultimate decision to resurrect Joseph Curwen himself represents the story's central catastrophe, the moment when historical research transforms into existential threat and demonstrates why some knowledge should remain buried with those who possessed it. Working from Curwen's essential salts, which Curwen had prepared before his death, anticipating eventual resurrection, Ward performs the full necromantic ritual, successfully reconstituting his ancestor nearly 2 centuries after Curwen's destruction by outraged Providence colonists who had discovered his activities. The resurrection succeeds completely. Curwen returns not as confused revenant, but as fully conscious sorcerer, possessing all memories and knowledge from his previous life, immediately understanding his situation and recognizing opportunity. Where Ward expected to interrogate his ancestor about colonial history and occult practices, treating him as primary source for research, Curwen instead recognizes Ward as ideal vessel, a direct descendant with legitimate identity, social standing, and access to resources, living in an era with vastly superior technology and more tolerant attitudes towards scientific research. Through processes the story leaves deliberately vague, combining Necronomicon formulae with his own expertise, Curwen somehow exchanges places with Ward, assuming his identity while imprisoning Ward's consciousness in locations and conditions that remain ambiguous. The exchange demonstrates the ultimate danger of necromantic knowledge. Resurrecting the dead does not grant power over them, but rather provides them opportunity to reclaim agency, to continue projects that death had interrupted, to use their resurrectors as tools for purposes the resurrectors never anticipated. Dr. Marinus Bicknell Willett, Ward's physician and family friend, becomes the story's investigative consciousness, the scholar who must engage with Necronomicon knowledge protectively to understand what has happened to Ward and how Curwen's machinations might be countered. Willett's investigation proceeds through stages similar to Ward's original research, archival work, document analysis, interviews with surviving witnesses, but with crucial difference that Willett maintains awareness of danger throughout, approaching material with caution Ward lacked, treating the Necronomicon as forensic evidence rather than research opportunity. When Willett discovers the full extent of what Curwen has accomplished, not merely taking Ward's place, but re-establishing contact with international network of necromantic practitioners preparing to resume experiments that extend beyond individual resurrection toward larger transformations of reality. He recognizes necessity of intervention despite personal risk. Like Armitage in the Dunwich Horror, Willett must use the enemy's knowledge against him, consulting the Necronomicon and other grimoires to understand how Curwen's processes function and how they might be reversed or disrupted. His final confrontation with Curwen in the subterranean laboratories beneath the Pawtuxet bungalow represents triumph of protective scholarship over predatory knowledge, though the story's ambiguous ending leaves uncertain whether Ward survives or whether Curwen's destruction is complete. Specific necromantic passages and their function receive more detailed attention in this story than in any other Lovecraft work, providing closest thing to actual quotation of Necronomicon contents that Lovecraft ever offered, while maintaining enough vagueness to preserve the book's fundamental mysteriousness. Curwen's papers reference the formulae of the Necronomicon and Book of Ibon concerning resurrection, mention specific incantations that must be pronounced while performing procedures, describe geometrical patterns that must be inscribed around the alchemical vessels containing essential salts. The most significant formula appears repeatedly in Curwen's documents and on the walls of his laboratory, a phrase in debased Latin that translates roughly as, "In the name of Satan, what art thou? What doest thou here?" This invocation supposedly compels resurrected entities to identify themselves and explain their presence, functioning as authentication mechanism to confirm successful resurrection and prevent deception. The formula's inclusion demonstrates Lovecraft's technique of providing enough specificity to feel thoroughly researched, actual Latin words, grammatical structure that native speakers might recognize, while keeping content vague enough to avoid creating functional ritual that readers might attempt. The Necronomicon's necromantic sections supposedly explain the theoretical basis for these procedures, describing how consciousness relates to material substrate, how information can be preserved across death and dissolution, how proper manipulation of matter can restore patterns that physical decay has disrupted. The story's historical depth extends the Necronomicon's influence backward through time, suggesting the book has been corrupting users for centuries before Lovecraft's contemporary settings, that every generation produces individuals who discover it and succumb to its temptations, creating multi-generational pattern of contamination and catastrophe. Curwen's 18th century activities mirror Ward's 20th century research, demonstrating that human susceptibility to forbidden knowledge remains constant across eras, despite changing cultural contexts and technological capabilities. Curwen worked in an age that still believed in witchcraft and demonic powers, yet his approach was empirical and experimental, treating the Necronomicon as natural philosophy rather than supernatural religion. Ward works in an age of scientific rationalism and historical method, yet finds himself practicing what appears to be magic, achieving results that materialist worldview cannot accommodate. Both men begin as scholars and become practitioners. Both treat the book initially as historical curiosity and eventually as operational manual. Both cross boundaries they initially intended only to observe. This parallel structure suggests the Necronomicon operates as perennial temptation, exploiting consistent features of human psychology, curiosity, ambition, desire for mastery, that remain unchanged despite historical transformation of culture and technology. The book endures across centuries by being perpetually relevant, always offering something that the present age seeks, always promising power that contemporary knowledge cannot provide, always remaining just mysterious enough to seduce new readers despite visible fate of previous ones. The moral and epistemic complexity distinguishing the case of Charles Dexter Ward from simpler forbidden knowledge narratives emerges in the story's refusal to condemn scholarship itself, while acknowledging its genuine dangers, in its recognition that the line between legitimate research and dangerous practice exists, but proves difficult to locate with confidence until one has already crossed it. Ward does not begin as villain or fool. He begins as conscientious historian pursuing valuable research into colonial American occultism, contributing to understanding of intellectual history and religious descent in early New England. His transformation into something monstrous or victim of something monstrous occurs through gradual accumulation of seemingly justified decisions. Why not read Curwen's papers? Why not consult the texts Curwen consulted? Why not test whether Curwen's methods actually worked? Each step appears reasonable, given information available at that moment, yet cumulative effect is catastrophic. The story thus avoids simplistic moralizing about curiosity or learning, acknowledging that genuine understanding sometimes requires engaging with dangerous material, while insisting that such engagement always carries risk and sometimes produces consequences that cannot be contained or reversed. The Necronomicon in this narrative represents not supernatural corruption, but natural knowledge about reality, structured in ways that make knowing dangerous, information that is simultaneously true, useful, and catastrophically destructive when applied, forcing recognition that some accurate descriptions of how the world works are incompatible with human safety or sanity. August Derleth's systematization of what he termed the Cthulhu mythos represented the most consequential post-Lovecraft expansion of Necronomicon mythology, transforming Lovecraft's deliberately ambiguous and contradictory cosmic horror into codified system, complete with taxonomies, hierarchies, and Manichaean moral structure that Lovecraft himself never intended or endorsed. After Lovecraft's death in 1937, Derleth positioned himself as literary executor and continuator, completing Lovecraft's unfinished fragments, writing posthumous collaborations based on notes and ideas, and systematizing the mythology across multiple stories and essays. Central to Derleth's project was imposing order on Lovecraft's pantheon of entities, dividing them into elder gods, benevolent cosmic forces, and old ones, malevolent beings seeking to destroy or enslave humanity, creating explicit cosmic conflict between good and evil that Lovecraft's cosmicism explicitly rejected. The Necronomicon in Derleth's framework became grimoire, documenting both forces, providing not just dangerous knowledge, but also protective formulae, creating balance between threat and defense that Lovecraft had suggested only ambiguously. Derleth's elder sign, a protective symbol that could repel old ones, appears frequently in his continuations, supposedly derived from Necronomicon passages, offering humans actual defense against cosmic horrors rather than the desperate last resort banishments Lovecraft occasionally portrayed. This systematization made the mythology more accessible and coherent, but fundamentally altered its philosophical implications, replacing cosmic indifference with cosmic war, meaninglessness with meaning, human irrelevance with human significance as contested prize in divine conflict. Derleth's invented passages and elaborations extended beyond structural reorganization to include actual content attributed to the Necronomicon that appears nowhere in Lovecraft's original work, creating textual accretions that subsequent readers often confused with authentic Lovecraftian material. His stories describe specific Necronomicon chapters, the testimony of Abdul Alhazred, the Kthat Aquadingen, De Vermis Mysteris, some original to Lovecraft, others invented by Derleth, blurring lines between continuation and fabrication. Derleth composed extensive passages supposedly translated from the Necronomicon, providing lengthy descriptions of entity hierarchies, detailed ritual procedures, explicit theological explanations that Lovecraft had deliberately left vague. His 1945 story, The Lurker at the Threshold, presented as collaboration with Lovecraft, but largely Derleth's invention, includes extended Necronomicon quotations describing the relationship between Yog-Sothoth and other entities, cosmological explanations for dimensional barriers, and explicit moral framework distinguishing acceptable from forbidden knowledge. These additions fundamentally changed how the Necronomicon functioned, Where Lovecraft's fragments suggested vast unquoted contents, Derleth provided those contents, answering questions Lovecraft had deliberately left unanswerable, filling silences that had been more effective than speech. The result was mythology, more comprehensive but less mysterious, more accessible but less unsettling, more suitable for game manuals and reference guides, but less effective as literature of cosmic dread. Lynn Carter's contributions in the 1970s and 1980s took Derleth's systematization even further, attempting to create comprehensive mythological structure, complete with timelines, genealogies, and relationships between entities that supposedly clarified centuries of Necronomicon scholarship. Carter, working as editor for Ballantyne's adult fantasy series, and as author of his own sword and sorcery fiction, positioned himself as mythographer for the Cthulhu mythos, producing essays and stories that treated Lovecraft's inventions as genuine mythology requiring scholarly apparatus. His The Orglaea text and the Zothic legend cycle presented themselves as translations of source materials that supposedly predated the Necronomicon, creating deeper textual history and suggesting the Arabic grimoire was itself compilation of earlier works. Carter's elaborations included detailed accounts of how different forbidden texts related to each other, which predated which contradicted which supplemented which, transforming Lovecraft's casual references to multiple grimoires into comprehensive library with catalogued holdings and cross-reference citations. This archaeological approach to fictional texts demonstrated both scholarly devotion and fundamental misunderstanding of what made the Necronomicon effective. Its power derived from incompleteness, from being forever partial and contradictory, from suggesting depths that detailed exposition could only diminish. Carter's comprehensive mythography made the material easier to navigate for game designers and reference seekers, but less effective for readers seeking genuine cosmic dread. Robert E. Howard's contributions during Lovecraft's lifetime offered more successful collaborative expansion, adding Unersprechlichen Kulten, nameless cults, by Friedrich Wilhelm von Junst to the Forbidden Library while maintaining the ambiguity and horror that made Lovecraft's approach effective. Howard, best known for Conan and other heroic fantasy, maintained extensive correspondence with Lovecraft and freely borrowed mythological elements while contributing his own. His fictional grimoire, supposedly compiled by German scholar von Junst, who traveled extensively studying forbidden cults before being strangled by unknown assailant in 1840, covered similar territory to the Necronomicon from different geographical and cultural perspective, where Alhazred documented Arabic and Middle Eastern forbidden knowledge. Von Junst catalogued European, African, and Asian cults, creating complementary rather than redundant text. Howard's stories reference both grimoires, suggesting scholars consulting one often need the other for complete understanding, creating sense of vast forbidden literature of which any single text provides only partial access. This expansion through addition rather than elaboration proved more sustainable. Instead of filling in Lovecraft's gaps, Howard created new gaps, expanding the universe of forbidden knowledge without claiming to exhaust or systematize it. The technique demonstrated how collaborative mythology could grow while preserving essential mystery, how multiple authors could contribute without reducing everything to reference material. Clark Ashton Smith's Book of Ibon represented another successful collaborative edition, a grimoire focused on Hyperborean mysteries and entities like Sathogwa that Smith had developed in his own fiction, but that cross-pollinated effectively with Lovecraft's pantheon. Smith, whose Baroque prose style differed markedly from Lovecraft's, but whose philosophical pessimism aligned closely, created texts that complemented rather than competed with the Necronomicon, suggesting different occult traditions had independently documented similar cosmic realities. The Book of Ibon, supposedly authored by Hyperborean wizard Ibon, who lived millennia before recorded history, dealt with pre-human civilizations and their inhuman gods, overlapping with but not duplicating Necronomicon contents. Smith's stories, set in fantastical distant past or far future, use these grimoires to create continuity across vast temporal spans, suggesting forbidden knowledge persisted across ages and civilizations, transmitted through chains of texts that copied, commented upon, and corrupted each other. This literary archaeology, creating texts that reference other texts, establishing transmission histories and translation chains, building apparatus of false scholarship, proved remarkably effective at generating verisimilitude, making invented mythologies feel like genuine ancient traditions recovered through patient research rather than contemporary inventions disguised as antiquities. The published Necronomicon texts by various authors represent fascinating case studies in how fiction becomes hoax, becomes quasi-legitimate occult text, demonstrating the grimoire's escape from literary origins into actual occult practice and religious experimentation. The most notorious is the Simon Necronomicon, published in 1977 and claiming to be translation of actual ancient text discovered by anonymous author. This volume blends Lovecraftian concepts with Sumerian mythology, treating entities like Cthulhu and Azathoth as ancient Mesopotamian gods, providing actual ritual instructions supposedly derived from cuneiform tablets, creating hybrid text that acknowledges Lovecraft's fiction while claiming to reveal genuine historical sources that inspired it. The Simon Necronomicon achieved unexpected success, selling hundreds of thousands of copies and being adopted by chaos magicians, occult practitioners, and teenagers seeking forbidden knowledge, generating its own mythology of effectiveness or danger based on users' reports of results. Whether the rituals actually work depends entirely on interpretive framework. Materialist dismisses all reports as delusion or placebo. Chaos magician argues that belief itself generates reality. Psychological pragmatist suggests the rituals work as effective self-transformation techniques regardless of supernatural claims. Donald Tyson's Necronomicon, The Wanderings of Alhazred, 2004, took different approach, attempting to create the text Lovecraft might have written if he had actually composed the complete grimoire, maintaining literary quality while providing comprehensive ritual instructions and mythological explanations. These published versions demonstrate the Necronomicon's unique position as fiction that inspired real occult practice, invented grimoire that became actual grimoire through reader adoption, demonstrating that magical texts acquire power not from historical authenticity, but from practitioner belief and cultural investment. Scholarly debates among enthusiasts about which editions constitute canon reveal how seriously some readers take the mythology, while highlighting fundamental confusion about what canon means for collaborative fiction created without central authority or consistent authorial control. Some purists argue only Lovecraft's direct statements about the Necronomicon should be considered authoritative, rejecting Derleth's systematizations and later elaborations as corruptions. Others accept Derleth as legitimate continuator with authority to define post-Lovecraft mythology. Still others embrace comprehensive approach, incorporating everything from original stories through modern pastiches, treating the mythology as living tradition that grows through accretion rather than closed canon requiring authentication. These debates mirror arguments in religious communities about scriptural authority and apocrypha, treating fictional texts with seriousness usually reserved for sacred literature. The irony is that Lovecraft himself encouraged collaborative borrowing, freely gave permission for other writers to use his inventions, and never claimed exclusive authority over the mythology. The attempt to establish canon contradicts the open-source collaborative spirit that created the Necronomicon in the first place. Yet the debates persist, driven by desire for authoritative version, definitive text, correct understanding, demonstrating how even readers who know the material is fictional still crave certainty, coherence, and authorized interpretation rather than embracing the ambiguity that made the original stories effective. The text's evolution beyond Lovecraft's control into independent cultural entity demonstrates perhaps the most successful aspect of his project, creating fiction so convincing that it achieved reality independent of authorial intention, grimoire so effective as literary device that it escaped literature to become cultural fact. The Necronomicon appears in contexts Lovecraft never anticipated: heavy metal lyrics, video game lore, conspiracy theories, academic papers on horror literature, library science, discussions of fictional books, philosophical meditations on dangerous knowledge. Each context adds layers of meaning and association, transforms the book slightly, adapts it to new purposes, ensuring its continued cultural presence decades after pulp magazines that first published it ceased publication. This mimetic success, the book's ability to replicate itself across cultural contexts, adapting to new media and purposes while maintaining core identity, ironically fulfills exactly what Lovecraft claimed for the book within fiction. It cannot be destroyed because it exists not as physical object, but as information pattern, not as single text, but as distributed network of references and associations, not as authored work, but as cultural consensus about what dangerous knowledge looks like. Every new reference strengthens this consensus. Every adaptation spreads the mimetic pattern further until the Necronomicon achieves exactly the kind of immortality Lovecraft described for the old ones, not alive in conventional sense, but persisting across time, not dead, but dreaming, waiting in cultural unconscious for conditions that permit its reemergence into active circulation, always ready to be rediscovered by new generation of readers who will treat it with mixture of skepticism and fascination that ensures its transmission to yet another generation. The persistent library requests represent perhaps the most enduring evidence of the Necronomicon's successful breach between fiction and reality, with institutions mentioned in Lovecraft's stories receiving earnest inquiries for a book that has never existed outside imagination and pulp magazine pages. Miskatonic University, being entirely fictional, cannot receive requests, but Harvard's Widener Library, mentioned in Lovecraft's History of the Necronomicon as housing a Latin copy, began receiving inquiries almost immediately after the document circulated among Lovecraft's correspondence and continued receiving them for decades after his death. The British Museum's library, now the British Library, similarly faced regular requests from researchers, occultists, and curious readers seeking to consult the institution's supposed copy of the forbidden grimoire. These requests revealed fascinating patterns. Some came from obvious jokers or literary enthusiasts who knew perfectly well the book was fictional but wanted to participate in the mythology. Others came from genuine occult practitioners who had encountered references to the Necronomicon in esoteric literature and assumed it must be real given its frequent citation. Still others came from researchers who had read secondary sources mentioning the book and failed to verify its fictional status before requesting access. Librarians' responses varied from patient explanation that the book was fictional to humorous engagement with the mythology to simply denying the request without explanation, and these responses themselves became part of the legend. What if librarians were concealing the truth, protecting dangerous knowledge, maintaining the cover story that nothing exists because admitting possession would create liability? Jorge Luis Borges' role in amplifying confusion between fiction and reality proved crucial to the Necronomicon's transition from pulp invention to cultural phenomenon, demonstrating how a single, respected literary figure's deliberate ambiguity could multiply the book's credibility beyond anything Lovecraft achieved during his lifetime. Borges, who encountered Lovecraft's work through French translations in the 1940s, became fascinated by the technique of invented scholarship and incorporated it into his own fiction and criticism. His 1951 essay, El arte narrativo y la magia, discussed Lovecraft's work while deliberately blurring lines between fiction and reality, treating the Necronomicon as both literary device and potentially real text, never quite clarifying which interpretation he endorsed. More significantly, his 1969 addition to Tlön, Uqbar, Orbis Tertius included the Necronomicon in a list of dangerous books alongside real and fictional texts without distinguishing between categories, forcing readers to research each title individually to determine status. Borges's bibliographic fiction and fake reviews, techniques he pioneered and perfected, created confusion about what was real and what was invented that extended far beyond his own work to encompass texts he referenced, including Lovecraft's grimoire. His prestige as serious literary figure rather than pulp writer lent the Necronomicon cultural legitimacy it had never possessed, suggesting that perhaps Lovecraft had indeed discovered something real and disguised it as fiction for protection, or that the distinction between discovered and invented mattered less than the effect the text produced on readers. The Owlswick Press and similar hoaxes demonstrated how easily Lovecraft's invented bibliography could be materialized into physical objects that blurred boundaries between fiction and artifact, creating textual hauntings where books that never existed suddenly appeared in library catalogs, auction listings, and private collections. Various small presses and individual enthusiasts have produced elaborate fake Necronomicons over the decades, creating aged bindings, distressed pages, invented Latin or Arabic text, complete with marginal notes and ownership marks suggesting centuries of circulation among occult practitioners. Some of these creations are acknowledged tributes, fan-made artifacts celebrating Lovecraft's mythology. Others have been presented as genuine discoveries, rare manuscripts supposedly recovered from estate sales or monastery libraries, offered for sale to collectors or researchers. The ease with which these physical fakes can be created, modern printing technology makes aged paper and antique typefaces readily available, means that the Necronomicon can be materialized on demand, giving physical form to what was only ever textual reference. These hoaxes succeed because Lovecraft provided such detailed provenance, specific edition dates, institutional locations, translator names, that creating physical objects matching these specifications seems like completion rather than fabrication, filling in blanks that Lovecraft deliberately left empty. The phenomenon raises interesting questions about what constitutes a real book. If someone produces physical text matching all specifications Lovecraft provided, has the Necronomicon been created, or does it remain fictional because Lovecraft's specifications were themselves fictional? Urban legend surrounding supposed Necronomicon incidents demonstrates the book's transformation from literary device to mimetic entity capable of generating its own folklore, independent of authorial control or textual authority. The most persistent story involves Columbia University students in the 1960s or 1970s supposedly obtaining a Necronomicon, usually the Simon edition published in 1977, though chronology varies in different tellings, and performing rituals that resulted in poltergeist activity, disappearances, or summonings of actual entities requiring supernatural intervention or psychiatric treatment. No contemporary documentation exists for these incidents. They circulate purely through oral tradition and internet repetition, gaining details and specificity with each retelling while remaining fundamentally unverifiable. Similar stories appear associated with other universities, occult bookshops, private libraries, always involving young people experimenting with forbidden knowledge, always resulting in consequences that serve as moral warning about dangers of occultism, always lacking credible evidence but persisting through cultural transmission. These legends reveal more about contemporary anxieties than about the Necronomicon itself, fears about what young people might access through independent research, concerns about occult revival movements, unease about knowledge that circulates outside institutional control, suggesting that the Necronomicon serves as convenient focus for broader cultural nervousness about information access and spiritual experimentation. The occult community's adoption of the Necronomicon, particularly within chaos magic traditions, represents the book's most consequential escape from fiction into practice, demonstrating how invented mythology can become functional religion when practitioners approach it with appropriate epistemological flexibility. Chaos magic, developing in the 1970s and 1980s, explicitly rejected questions of historical authenticity or objective truth in favor of pragmatic approach. Magical systems work if practitioners believe they work, regardless of whether the entities invoked have independent existence or the rituals have genuine historical pedigree. From this perspective, Lovecraft's admitted invention of the Necronomicon becomes irrelevant. What matters is whether working with the text produces desired psychological, spiritual, or material results. Practitioners report using Necronomicon-inspired rituals for various purposes, treating old ones as archetypal entities useful for specific magical operations, incorporating Lovecraftian symbolism into ceremonial practice, finding that the mythology's cosmic scope and amorality makes it more effective framework than traditional religious approaches. This adoption transforms the Necronomicon from fiction into what chaos magicians call hypersigil, extended magical working encoded as narrative, effective precisely because of, rather than despite, its fictional origins. The question of whether such practices work depends entirely on framework for evaluation. Psychological transformation clearly occurs. Whether anything beyond psychology occurs remains contentiously debated among practitioners and skeptics alike. Anton LaVey's claims regarding Necronomicon possession during his tenure leading the Church of Satan added celebrity endorsement to the book's occult legitimacy, while exemplifying performance of knowledge as social capital within esoteric communities. LaVey, a showman as much as religious leader, claimed at various points to possess either the Simon Necronomicon or an earlier manuscript version, displaying it during rituals and interviews as prop that established his access to dangerous knowledge forbidden to ordinary practitioners. Whether he actually believed the book was anything other than useful prop remains unclear. LaVey's approach to occultism embraced theatrical effectiveness over ontological claims, treating religious practice as psychodrama that worked through psychological impact rather than supernatural intervention. His Necronomicon claims served similar function to his claims of having studied with various legendary figures or possessed rare grimoires, establishing credentials, demonstrating seriousness of commitment to occult tradition, signaling membership in elect who have accessed forbidden knowledge. The claims worked regardless of their factual status because they performed the cultural function of occult authority, demonstrating that in esoteric contexts, what matters is not whether claims are objectively true, but whether they are accepted as true by relevant community. LaVey's Necronomicon, real or fake, genuine or prop, functional or symbolic, succeeded in establishing him as figure who had crossed boundaries, accessed forbidden material, achieved status that separated him from ordinary practitioners, exactly what the book itself promises to those who read it. The internet age has amplified Necronomicon mythology exponentially, creating distributed network of claims, debates, and investigations that make verification increasingly difficult while simultaneously making information more accessible than ever. Forums dedicated to Lovecraft, occultism, or horror literature contain extensive discussions about whether real Necronomicons exist, cataloging various published versions, debating their relative authenticity or effectiveness, sharing experiences with Necronomicon-inspired practices. Wikis and encyclopedias maintain detailed articles about the book's fictional history, while also documenting its transition into occult practice, creating layered textuality, where fiction and reality remain clearly distinguished, yet intimately entangled. YouTube channels produce videos investigating whether libraries actually hold copies, visiting locations mentioned in Lovecraft stories, interviewing people who claim to have used Necronomicon rituals. This creates information ecology, where the book exists simultaneously as acknowledged fiction and lived reality, where everyone knows it was invented by Lovecraft, yet substantial communities treat it as functional text, where the question, is it real, has ceased to have simple answer because reality itself has become more complex than binary distinction between fact and fiction permits. The Necronomicon persists in internet age precisely because contemporary epistemology increasingly acknowledges that fictions can have real effects, that invented things can become genuine through cultural adoption, that the boundary between real and unreal is permeable in ways previous generations might not have recognized or acknowledged. Sam Raimi's The Evil Dead series, beginning with the 1981 cult classic and extending through multiple sequels and a television series, represents the Necronomicon's most significant transformation in popular cinema, reimagining Lovecraft's scholarly grimoire as visceral horror prop that unleashes demons, possesses the living, and serves as narrative engine for increasingly outrageous supernatural violence. Raimi's Naturam de Monto, or Necronomicon Ex Mortis, the Book of the Dead bound in human flesh and inked in blood, bears only superficial resemblance to Lovecraft's cerebral tome of cosmic knowledge, replacing philosophical horror with body horror, existential dread with splatter effects, madness, inducing cosmic truths with straightforward demonic possession. The book in Raimi's universe functions as gateway rather than documentation, opening dimensional portals that release deadites, demon-possessed corpses, rather than revealing information about entities that already exist around us imperceptibly. This transformation reflects cinema's bias toward visual spectacle and physical horror over psychological or philosophical dread. The Necronomicon becomes prop that enables makeup effects and practical gore rather than text that challenges worldview or induces cognitive collapse. Yet Raimi's adaptation succeeded in popularizing the concept beyond horror literature enthusiasts, introducing millions of viewers to the idea of ancient grimoire that unleashes supernatural catastrophe, even if the specific catastrophe differs markedly from Lovecraft's vision. The Evil Dead Necronomicon became cultural icon in its own right, its grotesque appearance influencing how subsequent films and games depicted forbidden books, establishing visual language of flesh-binding and organic horror that has become nearly synonymous with evil grimoire in popular imagination. Necronomicon, Book of the Dead, 1993, an anthology film more directly adapting Lovecraft's work, attempted to ground the grimoire in its original literary context while using cinema's visual capabilities to represent what the book supposedly documents: non-Euclidean geometries, alien biologies, cosmic entities. The film's framing device features Jeffrey Combs as H.P. Lovecraft himself breaking into library to read the forbidden Necronomicon, with the anthology segments representing stories contained within or inspired by the grimoire. This metatextual approach acknowledges the book's fictional origins while simultaneously treating it as real within the film's diegesis, creating productive ambiguity about ontological status. The segments adapt the drowned, the cold, and whispers, each story featuring characters who access forbidden knowledge with catastrophic results, demonstrating the book's function as source of dangerous information rather than merely supernatural artifact. The film's moderate success and cult following demonstrated sustained interest in more faithful Lovecraft adaptation, but its relative obscurity compared to Evil Dead revealed commercial limitations of cerebral cosmic horror compared to visceral demon possession narratives. The Necronomicon works better as literary device than as visual cinematic element because so much of its horror depends on what cannot be shown, on cognitive incompatibility that exists primarily in reader imagination rather than on screen. John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, 1994, offered perhaps the most philosophically sophisticated cinematic engagement with Necronomicon mythology, exploring metafictional territory where Lovecraft's central premise, that fictional grimoire can have real effects, becomes literal plot mechanics. The film features fictional horror author Sutter Kane, whose novels drive readers insane, blur boundaries between fiction and reality, and ultimately bring about apocalyptic transformation as his writings remake world according to their own internal logic. The Necronomicon functions in this film not as specific prop, but as conceptual template, demonstrating what happens when dangerous books' contents escape containment of fiction to restructure consensus reality. Kane's statement that reality is just what we tell each other it is encodes the Necronomicon's deepest horror. If consciousness constructs reality through shared narratives, then sufficiently compelling narrative could reconstruct reality, making fiction functionally equivalent to truth once enough people accept it. The film's protagonist, investigating Kane's disappearance, discovers that he himself is fictional character in Kane's novel, that his investigation was scripted, that his apparent free will is illusion created by author who controls narrative. This meta-horror replicates the epistemic collapse that Lovecraft's Necronomicon induces, the recognition that what you thought was reality is actually narrative, that your consciousness is not autonomous, but authored, that the distinction between fiction and truth has dissolved in ways that make continued coherent existence impossible. Carpenter's film understands that the Necronomicon's power lies not in supernatural content, but in epistemological crisis it provokes. The Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, first published by Chaosium in 1981 and remaining continuously in print through multiple editions, transformed the Necronomicon from narrative device into game mechanic, creating systematic rules for how forbidden knowledge affects consciousness and what benefits it provides despite psychological costs. The game's central innovation involves two linked statistics: sanity and Cthulhu, mythos knowledge, which exist in inverse relationship. Gaining mythos knowledge always costs sanity points, making enlightenment and madness mechanically identical processes. Reading the Necronomicon in-game requires sanity check that can produce permanent psychological damage, but successfully absorbing its contents grants mythos skill points that enable understanding of cosmic entities, casting of spells, and comprehension of situations that would otherwise remain incomprehensible. This mechanical trade-off brilliantly captures Lovecraft's philosophical premise. Cosmic knowledge is real and useful, but fundamentally incompatible with human mental health, making every engagement with the Necronomicon a calculated risk where players must decide how much madness they can afford in exchange for power and understanding. The game has introduced thousands of players to the concept of dangerous knowledge as mechanical reality rather than mere narrative flourish, making tangible the psychological costs that Lovecraft's fiction only implied, creating gameplay where characters' descent into madness becomes statistically inevitable the more they learn about true nature of reality. Video game adaptations have embraced the Necronomicon with particular enthusiasm, from early text adventures through contemporary survival horror, using the book as quest objective, lore element, or game mechanic that unlocks abilities while imposing psychological penalties. Alone in the Dark, 1992, one of the first survival horror games, featured the Necronomicon as central plot element, with protagonists discovering book and using its contents to understand and ultimately combat supernatural threats. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, 2002, implemented sophisticated sanity mechanics inspired by Call of Cthulhu RPG, where reading tomes of forbidden knowledge and encountering eldritch horrors gradually eroded player characters' mental state, producing in-game hallucinations and fourth wall-breaking effects that made players question what was real within the game. Bloodborne, 2015, while not explicitly Lovecraftian, drew heavily on cosmic horror aesthetics and included numerous forbidden tomes that granted insight, knowledge about the true nature of reality, that simultaneously allowed players to perceive previously invisible cosmic entities and made their characters more vulnerable to madness and alien attacks. These implementations demonstrate games' unique capacity to make philosophical concepts mechanically tangible. Forbidden knowledge is not just narrative element, but actual strategic choice with concrete consequences, forcing players to decide how much they want to know versus how much sanity they can afford to lose, making explicit the trade-offs that literary characters face, but readers only observe. Heavy metal and dark ambient music have adopted the Necronomicon and broader Lovecraft mythology with remarkable enthusiasm, treating cosmic horror as aesthetic territory that aligns perfectly with genre's emphasis on transgression, darkness, and rejection of conventional moral frameworks. Bands like Nile create album-length concept pieces around Lovecraftian themes, with tracks like Call to Cthulhu and lyrics drawing directly on Necronomicon passages as Lovecraft described them. Morbid Angel named albums after Lovecraftian concepts and entities. Cradle of Filth incorporated Necronomicon imagery into gothic horror aesthetics. Dark ambient artists like Loki's Necronomicon create hour-long soundscapes supposedly evoking the experience of reading the forbidden grimoire, using drones, whispers, and dissonant tones to induce states of unease and dread. These musical appropriations treat the Necronomicon as sonic space rather than textual object, asking what forbidden knowledge sounds like, what musical structures might induce the cognitive states Lovecraft described, how sound can evoke cosmic horror without visual or verbal representation. The result is genre of ritual music that functions similarly to actual occult practices, creating altered consciousness through repetition and atmosphere, using aesthetic experience to access psychological states that everyday awareness excludes, treating music as technology for consciousness modification rather than mere entertainment. Whether this constitutes genuinely dangerous engagement with Lovecraftian material or simply effective use of horror aesthetics remains debatable, but the seriousness with which practitioners approach it suggests the line between artistic homage and actual ritual practice may be less clear than skeptics assume. H.P. Lovecraft, literary podcast, and similar long-form audio projects have created space for extended scholarly engagement with Necronomicon mythology, producing episodes that analyze the book's function across different stories, trace its evolution through Lovecraft's career, and examine its cultural afterlife. These podcasts treat the grimoire as legitimate object of literary analysis, using tools of close reading and cultural criticism to explore how Lovecraft constructed verisimilitude, why the invention proved so successful, and what the book's persistence reveals about contemporary culture's relationship with knowledge and horror. Musical projects like compilation albums featuring readings from imagined Necronomicon passages, performed by voice actors over atmospheric soundscapes, create hybrid texts that are simultaneously criticism, adaptation, and extension, allowing audiences to experience fragments of what the book might contain while acknowledging that complete experience would be impossible or dangerous. These audio projects succeed where visual media often struggle because they engage imagination rather than replacing it, providing enough sensory information to evoke the grimoire without attempting to fully represent what Lovecraft deliberately left unrepresented. Comics and manga have explored Necronomicon mythology through sequential art's unique capacity to represent the unrepresentable, using visual metaphor and symbolic imagery to depict non-Euclidean geometries and alien entities that prose describes but cannot show. Alan Moore's Providence presents sophisticated metatextual engagement with Lovecraft, depicting the Necronomicon as text whose contents literally restructure reality around readers, with panels that shift from representational to abstract as characters encounter passages that human perception cannot properly process. Japanese manga, like Hayore. Nerko-san takes opposite approach, transforming cosmic horror into comedy by making old ones cute, anthropomorphized characters, demonstrating the mythology's flexibility and suggesting that perhaps humor is a valid defense mechanism against existential dread. The Arkham Sanitarium and similar horror comics use the Necronomicon as recurring element across different stories, building mythology through accumulation similar to Lovecraft's original technique, each appearance adding details while preserving mystery. These visual adaptations struggle with fundamental problem. The Necronomicon works through suggestion and incompleteness, but comics as visual medium must show what they depict, must give form to what works better as formless implication. The most successful navigate this by showing effects rather than contents, depicting what happens to those who read rather than what they read, maintaining the book's essential mysteriousness even while making it visual element within narrative frame. The occult revival of the 1960s and 1970s embraced Lovecraft's mythology as alternative spiritual framework, precisely when counterculture movements were rejecting traditional religious authorities and seeking new systems for understanding consciousness and reality, transforming literary horror into functional magical practice through creative reinterpretation that prioritized experiential results over historical authenticity. This period witnessed explosion of interest in non-Western spiritualities, esoteric traditions, and experimental consciousness exploration through psychedelics, meditation, and ritual magic, creating cultural context where Lovecraft's cosmic entities could be reimagined as psychological archetypes, alien intelligences, or dimensional beings accessible through altered states rather than merely fictional horrors. Chaos magic emerged from this milieu, explicitly rejecting questions of whether magical entities really exist in favor of pragmatic approach. Work with whatever symbols and narratives produce desired effects, treating gods and demons as useful fictions rather than objective realities. From this perspective, the Necronomicon's admitted fictional origin becomes advantage rather than disqualification. It offers powerful symbolic system unencumbered by millennia of religious dogma, cosmic framework that acknowledges human insignificance rather than promising salvation, entities that make no moral demands because they exist beyond human moral categories entirely. Practitioners report using Necronomicon-inspired rituals for shadow work, confronting aspects of consciousness that conventional spirituality suppresses, accessing altered states that reveal consciousness as more fluid and reality as more malleable than consensus worldview permits. Whether such practices contact actual cosmic entities or simply access deep psychological structures depends entirely on ontological framework, but the phenomenological experiences practitioners report remain consistent regardless of interpretation. Postmodern philosophy discovered in Lovecraft's cosmic horror, a literary anticipation of theoretical concepts being developed in continental philosophy, particularly regarding the outside, the inhuman, and the limits of human-centered thought, leading to serious academic engagement with pulp fiction author who died in poverty and obscurity. Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari's concept of the outside, reality existing independently of human consciousness, resistant to human categorization, indifferent to human presence, finds perfect literary expression in Lovecraft's Old Ones, entities whose existence precedes and will outlast humanity, whose nature cannot be captured through human language or thought. Eugene Thacker's trilogy, In the Dust of This Planet, uses Lovecraft extensively to explore the world without us, philosophical consideration of reality as it exists, independent of human witness, arguing that horror is the genre that takes seriously the possibility that the world might exist without caring whether we exist within it. Reza Nagarstani's Cyclonopedia presents itself as academic manuscript, but functions as philosophical horror fiction, using Middle Eastern landscape and oil as protagonist to explore inhuman intelligence and geological timescales, explicitly drawing on Lovecraft's technique of treating supposedly objective scholarship as vector for cosmic dread. These philosophical appropriations recognize that Lovecraft was not merely writing entertaining horror, but conducting thought experiments about materialism's ultimate implications, exploring what follows when Enlightenment rationalism is taken to conclusions that Enlightenment thinkers carefully avoided, demonstrating that the most rigorous application of scientific materialism leads not to comfortable atheism, but to cosmic horror. The new weird literary movement, flourishing in the early 21st century, positioned itself as heir to Lovecraft's legacy while critiquing and transforming his approach, particularly regarding the racism and xenophobia that pervaded his work, and that the Necronomicon mythology encoded through its Orientalist construction of the dangerous Arab and exotic East. China Miéville, perhaps the movement's most prominent figure, creates urban fantasies where the weird and mundane interpenetrate constantly, where Lovecraftian impossibilities exist alongside bureaucracy and capitalism, arguing that horror lies not in the outside, but in how power structures naturalize themselves to appear inevitable. Jeff Vandermeer's Southern Reach trilogy features Area X, a zone where nature has been transformed by something alien, where human attempts to understand and categorize systematically fail, where the Necronomicon's function, documentation of the incomprehensible, is replaced by government reports, expedition journals, and scientific studies that accumulate without producing understanding. These writers inherit Lovecraft's cosmic pessimism while rejecting his human chauvinism, embracing the weird as potentially liberatory rather than purely threatening, suggesting that the inhuman might offer escape from oppressive human social structures rather than merely representing their annihilation. The Necronomicon in their work becomes less forbidden text and more symptom of specifically modern knowledge anxieties, not that we might learn too much, but that our methods for organizing knowledge might be fundamentally inadequate to reality's actual structure. Academic Lovecraft studies emerged as legitimate scholarly field with S.T. Joshi's definitive biography and critical studies establishing Lovecraft as serious, literary, figure worthy of scholarly attention comparable to that devoted to canonical authors, transforming pulp writer into subject of dissertations, academic conferences, and critical editions. Joshi's exhaustive documentation of Lovecraft's life, correspondence, and literary development provided foundation for treating the Necronomicon not as mere plot device, but a sophisticated narrative technique with philosophical implications requiring serious analysis. Robert M. Price, combining biblical scholarship training with Lovecraft enthusiasm, produced studies examining the grimoire's construction through lens of comparative mythology and textual criticism, treating Lovecraft's invented bibliography with same analytical tools scholars apply to genuine religious texts. Academic journals now regularly publish articles analyzing the Necronomicon's function, its cultural impact, its relationship to earlier literary traditions, bringing tools of literary theory, cultural studies, and philosophy to bear on what was originally commercial fiction written for penny-a-word pulp magazines. This academic legitimation raises interesting questions about cultural value and literary canon. What transforms disposable entertainment into object worthy of scholarly attention? The Necronomicon's trajectory from pulp magazine to university syllabus demonstrates that cultural significance can be retroactively constructed, that texts dismissed as marginal can migrate to center through accumulation of critical attention and cultural influence, that the distinction between high literature and low entertainment proves more permeable than institutional hierarchies suggest. Lovecraft Country and contemporary critical engagement with Lovecraft's racism have forced reconsideration of how the Necronomicon's mythology participates in and propagates problematic racial politics, particularly through its construction of Abdul Alhazred as Mad Arab and its association of forbidden knowledge with Oriental otherness and African primitivism. Matt Ruff's novel Lovecraft Country and its HBO adaptation explicitly confront how cosmic horror and racist horror intertwine in American context, where the real monsters facing black protagonists are white supremacists who use Lovecraftian magic, while the cosmic entities prove less threatening than human bigotry. Victor Laval's The Ballad of Black Tom retells the horror at Red Hook from perspective of black protagonist, revealing how Lovecraft's cosmic horror often served as displaced expression of racist anxiety about demographic change and cultural mixing. These critical reappropriations maintain Lovecraft's cosmic horror framework while insisting that any contemporary engagement must acknowledge and address the racism that shaped the original mythology, that the Necronomicon's construction of dangerous knowledge as emerging from Oriental sources reflects specific historical anxieties about non-Western peoples and cultures. The challenge becomes whether Lovecraftian cosmic horror can be separated from its racist origins, or whether the horror is inextricable from xenophobic fear of the other, whether the Necronomicon can be reclaimed, or whether it remains permanently marked by the prejudices that shaped its creation. Reza Nagaristani's Cyclonopedia, Complicity with Anonymous Materials, deserves extended consideration as perhaps the most philosophically ambitious appropriation of Necronomicon methodology, presenting itself as academic manuscript analyzing Middle Eastern history and oil politics, while actually functioning as Lovecraftian horror fiction that treats petroleum as sentient entity and Middle Eastern landscape as protagonist with agency. The book supposedly represents translation and commentary on writings by fictional Iranian archaeologist Hamid Parsani, creating nested levels of textual mediation similar to how Lovecraft presented the Necronomicon as translation of translation. Nagaristani's oil is not metaphor, but actual inhuman intelligence operating across geological time, manipulating human civilizations through addiction to hydrocarbon energy, conducting war through economic and military proxies, achieving goals that have nothing to do with human welfare or understanding. This transforms Lovecraft's technique from fiction into philosophy, suggesting that treating inhuman materials as active agents rather than passive resources reveals truths about reality that humanist philosophy systematically excludes. The book functions as Necronomicon for contemporary moment, text that documents cosmic horror while being itself suspect document, whose truth claims resist verification, scholarship that performs what it describes, creating vertigo between analysis and participation, between studying dangerous knowledge and being contaminated by it. Negaristani demonstrates that Lovecraft's essential move, treating the inhuman as active rather than passive, as protagonist rather than backdrop, remains philosophically productive decades after original stories were written. Internet horror and creepypasta communities have absorbed Necronomicon methodology so thoroughly that the dangerous information concept has become fundamental genre convention, producing thousands of stories about cognitohazards, mimetic agents, and information that damages consciousness through mere comprehension. The SCP Foundation, collaborative fiction project cataloging anomalous objects and entities, features numerous entries about texts that induce madness, images that restructure perception, information that cannot be safely known, creating vast archive of Necronomicon derivatives that explore every variation on the dangerous knowledge theme. These entries implement mechanical classification systems, Euclid class, Keter class, information hazard warnings, that recall the Call of Cthulhu RPG's systematization of Lovecraft while extending it to contemporary information, age anxieties about viral content, targeted propaganda, and psychological warfare conducted through media. The most sophisticated SCP entries recognize their debt to Lovecraft explicitly, treating the Foundation itself as institutional heir to Miskatonic University's library, organization that must preserve dangerous knowledge while preventing its proliferation, that must study anomalies while containing their effects. This collaborative fiction demonstrates the Necronomicon's continuing productivity as narrative template. Writers continue finding new ways to explore what happens when information itself becomes hazard, when knowledge cannot be unknown, when understanding itself constitutes contamination. Neo-reactionary and dark enlightenment appropriation of Lovecraftian imagery and concepts represents perhaps the most troubling contemporary use of the Necronomicon mythology, demonstrating how cosmic horror's philosophical pessimism can be weaponized to support reactionary politics that Lovecraft himself might have endorsed, but that contemporary ethics demands we reject. Online political movements have adopted Lovecraft's cosmic indifference to argue against progressive politics, using old ones as metaphor for demographic and cultural changes they oppose, treating cosmic horror as confirmation that human equality and social progress are comforting illusions that ignore reality's actual structure. This appropriation trades on ambiguity in Lovecraft's work between cosmic horror as universal human condition, we are all insignificant before indifferent universe, and cosmic horror as specifically threat to certain humans from other humans, coded as monstrous, alien, incomprehensible. The Necronomicon in this reading becomes text that reveals uncomfortable truths about hierarchy, inequality, and human difference that liberal society suppresses, dangerous knowledge that political correctness seeks to forbid. This interpretation represents profound misreading or deliberate distortion of Lovecraft's cosmicism, which insists that all humans are equally insignificant, that racial and cultural hierarchies are human inventions with no cosmic foundation, that the old ones are indifferent to human distinctions because human distinctions are meaningless at cosmic scale. Yet the appropriation persists, demonstrating that the Necronomicon's flexibility as symbol, its capacity to represent whatever forbidden knowledge the moment requires, makes it vulnerable to being claimed by movements whose politics contradict the philosophical premises that made the mythology effective as horror literature. The Dangerous Book, as metaphor for modern information anxiety, resonates more powerfully in the 21st century than it could have when Lovecraft first invented the Necronomicon, as contemporary culture confronts unprecedented information access alongside growing recognition that certain forms of knowledge genuinely damage psychological well-being and social cohesion. We live in an age where traumatic content circulates freely online, where propaganda and disinformation spread virally, where exposure to certain images or ideologies measurably alters behavior and belief, making the concept of cognitively hazardous information feel less like Gothic fancy and more like documented reality. The Necronomicon anticipated what information theorists now discuss seriously, that information itself can function as weapon or pathogen, that consciousness can be hacked through exposure to specific content, that some knowledge cannot be unlearned once acquired and permanently alters the person who possesses it. Social media platforms struggle with content moderation, not just for moral reasons, but because genuinely dangerous information exists. Instructions for weapons, manufacture, propaganda designed by hostile states to destabilize democracies, traumatic imagery that produces vicarious PTSD, conspiracy theories that restructure believers' entire relationship to reality. The Necronomicon provided narrative framework for thinking about information hazards decades before information theory developed vocabulary for discussing them, suggesting that horror literature sometimes anticipates rather than merely reflects cultural anxieties, that Lovecraft's intuition about dangerous knowledge touched on something that would become increasingly relevant as information technology advanced. Curiosity as vice receives serious philosophical reconsideration through Necronomicon mythology, challenging Enlightenment assumptions that knowledge is inherently valuable and ignorance inherently problematic, proposing instead that certain inquiries might be better left unpursued and certain answers better left undiscovered. The Western intellectual tradition, since at least the Renaissance, has celebrated curiosity as virtue, treating desire for knowledge as definitionally good regardless of what is known or why one seeks to know it, positioning ignorance as primary human problem and education as universal solution. The Necronomicon challenges this consensus by suggesting that curiosity can lead to destruction, that understanding can damage rather than liberate, that some questions have answers incompatible with human flourishing or sanity. This is not religious obscurantism, warning against forbidden knowledge to protect ecclesiastical authority, but rather secular recognition that human psychology evolved to navigate specific environment and that information about realities sufficiently alien from that environment might exceed our processing capacity. Contemporary discussions in applied ethics about information hazards, dual-use research, and responsible innovation increasingly acknowledge that some knowledge creates risks: weapons technology, pandemic engineering, psychological manipulation techniques that might outweigh benefits. That blanket celebration of curiosity and knowledge needs qualification by considerations of consequence and context. The Necronomicon dramatizes this philosophical problem. What do we do with knowledge that is simultaneously true, discoverable, and dangerous? How do we balance benefits of understanding against costs of knowing? These questions have no easy answers, which is precisely why they continue generating philosophical and narrative exploration. The scholar monster pipeline, the transformation of innocent researcher into corrupted practitioner, of objective observer into contaminated participant, captures specific modern anxiety about expertise and specialization, the fear that those who study darkness might be consumed by it, that understanding evil requires becoming intimate with it in ways that prove corrupting. This anxiety pervades discussions of numerous professions: intelligence analysts who must think like terrorists to anticipate them, psychologists who study violent criminals, content moderators who spend entire careers viewing the worst human behavior, journalists who cover atrocities, academics who research extremist movements. The concern is that prolonged exposure to this material changes the person exposed, that you cannot study monsters without risking becoming monstrous, that the boundary between analyzing evil and participating in it proves more permeable than institutional safeguards assume. The Necronomicon scholars, Armitage, Willett, countless unnamed researchers who appeared briefly before vanishing into madness or worse, embody this anxiety, demonstrating that good intentions and scholarly discipline provide only partial protection against contamination, that some subjects cannot be studied with perfect objectivity, because studying them requires adopting perspectives that alter the scholar's consciousness. This is not argument against studying difficult topics, but rather recognition that such study carries real psychological costs, that knowledge extraction is not neutral process, but one that transforms the knower, that we cannot simply accumulate understanding without being changed by what we come to understand. The question becomes not whether to study dangerous topics, many must be studied, but how to structure such study to minimize damage to researchers while maximizing genuine understanding. The persistent appeal of forbidden knowledge in information saturation age reveals paradoxical hunger for what is hidden, secret, or restricted, suggesting that unlimited access to information makes inaccessible information more rather than less psychologically powerful and culturally significant. Never before has humanity had access to more information, billions of texts, images, videos, accessible instantly through devices in every pocket. Yet this abundance generates not satisfaction, but anxiety, not contentment, but restless searching for what remains hidden. The Necronomicon succeeds as cultural icon precisely because it represents what cannot be accessed, knowledge that remains forbidden and therefore valuable in age when nothing seems genuinely forbidden anymore. This creates market for manufactured scarcity, artificial restriction, curated inaccessibility, limited editions, exclusive access, secret knowledge available only to initiates. that replicates the forbidden book's appeal through deliberate withholding. The phenomenon suggests that human psychology requires mystery, that we need some things to remain unknown or inaccessible, that total transparency and unlimited access produce not freedom, but disorientation. The Necronomicon's power derives from its fundamental unavailability. Even the published Necronomicons are not the real book, because the real book never existed, making it permanently beyond reach, forever promising revelation that can never be delivered. This unattainability becomes the source of its fascination, demonstrating that what we cannot have, we desire most intensely. That forbidden knowledge remains appealing precisely because it is forbidden, that the human appetite for mystery persists regardless of how much mystery rational inquiry dispels. The Necronomicon, as cultural mirror, reflects each era's specific anxieties about knowledge and its dangers, adapting to serve as vehicle for whatever forbidden truth the historical moment most fears or desires, demonstrating remarkable flexibility as symbol that survives precisely through continuous reinterpretation. In the 1920s and 1930s, it expressed anxieties about archaeological discoveries that challenged biblical chronology and suggested human civilization was younger and less significant than previously believed, about comparative anthropology revealing disturbing similarities between civilized and primitive religions, about astronomy expanding the universe to scales that made Earth trivial and humanity incidental. In the 1970s occult revival, it became grimoire for consciousness expansion, tool for accessing altered states that consensus reality suppressed, documentation of dimensions that rational materialism denied, but psychedelic experience revealed. In contemporary internet age, it functions as metaphor for information hazards, viral content, mimetic contamination, representing fears that wrong information consumed in wrong context can permanently damage consciousness in ways that cannot be undone. Each generation discovers the Necronomicon anew, finding in it expression of their particular knowledge, anxieties, demonstrating that the book's content matters less than its function as empty vessel into which each era pours its specific fears about what happens when humans learn things they were never meant to know. This adaptability ensures its continuing relevance. The Necronomicon will remain culturally significant as long as cultures fear knowledge, which is to say permanently, because anxiety about dangerous information appears to be constant across human societies, even as the specific information feared changes from generation to generation. Abdul Alhazred, as archetypal figure, transcends his origins as Lovecraft's childhood fantasy persona to become enduring symbol of the seeker who goes too far, sees too much, cannot return unchanged from the revelation he sought, serving as warning that some expeditions into knowledge are one-way journeys. He embodies the Faustian overreacher, but without Faust's redemption, the mystic who achieves enlightenment but discovers enlightenment is annihilation, the explorer who maps territories that should have remained unmapped. His decade in the empty quarter becomes metaphor for any solitary intellectual quest that takes one beyond human community and human concerns into territories where human categories and values cease to function, where one becomes so estranged from ordinary human experience that return to human society proves impossible. His death, devoured by invisible monsters in Damascus marketplace, demonstrates that the knowledge he acquired made him visible to things that should not notice humans, that understanding cosmic reality attracts attention from entities for whom being noticed means destruction. This archetypal pattern repeats across history and literature. The scholar who withdraws from world to pursue forbidden research returns transformed or mad or not at all, leaves behind texts or warnings that fail to prevent next generation from attempting the same journey. Alhazred functions as patron saint of dangerous curiosity, proving that some questions have answers, but that getting answers might cost everything, that understanding reality fully might be incompatible with remaining recognizably human. Every age produces its Alhazreds, researchers who push boundaries too far, thinkers who follow logic to conclusions that destroy them, visionaries who see truths that cannot be integrated into normal consciousness, and the mad Arab's persistent cultural presence suggests this archetype responds to permanent human tension between desire for knowledge and recognition that some knowledge exacts prices we should not pay. The Necronomicon, as metaphor for modernity, captures specific horror of scientific materialism's implications when taken to conclusions that scientific culture typically avoids, revealing that rigorous application of materialism produces not comfortable atheism, but cosmic horror, not human empowerment, but recognition of human irrelevance. Science demonstrated that Earth is not center of universe, that humans are not special creation, but evolutionary accident, that consciousness is not divine spark, but electrochemical process, that meaning is not cosmic truth, but human projection onto indifferent matter. These are the revelations that the Necronomicon supposedly documents, the truths that drive readers mad not because they are supernatural, but because they are natural, not because they are false, but because they are true. The book literalizes what accepting scientific worldview actually entails. Universe, vast beyond comprehension, operating according to principles that have nothing to do with human welfare. Consciousness as temporary arrangement of matter that will dissolve back into unconsciousness without residue. All human meaning as purely local and temporary phenomenon with no cosmic significance or permanence. Most people who accept scientific materialism philosophically do not accept it psychologically. They compartmentalize, maintaining materialist beliefs about physics and biology while preserving folk psychology about consciousness, meaning, and value that materialism technically forbids. The Necronomicon represents what happens when this compartmentalization breaks down, when one actually internalizes scientific worldview's full implications, when one accepts, not just intellectually, but experientially, that we are chemical processes in meat computers on a rock orbiting an average star in an unremarkable galaxy in an indifferent universe. This is the knowledge that supposedly induces madness, not supernatural horror, but natural horror, reality as it actually is, rather than as human psychology requires it to be for comfortable functioning. The ultimate impossibility of solving or completing the Necronomicon ensures its permanent cultural utility, guaranteeing that it will remain productive fictional device because any attempt to fully realize it would necessarily disappoint, making the book more powerful as absence than presence could ever achieve. Multiple authors have attempted to write the actual Necronomicon, producing various versions ranging from serious literary efforts to obvious hoaxes to functional grimoires for magical practice, yet none succeed in capturing what Lovecraft created through deliberate incompletion. The published Necronomicons are interesting as cultural artifacts, but disappointing as texts because they must provide specific content, must answer questions that Lovecraft's fragments left unanswered, must fill silences that were more effective than any speech. This demonstrates fundamental truth about horror and mystery. Explanation diminishes, specificity reduces power, completion closes possibilities. The most effective Necronomicon remains the one that doesn't exist, the book whose contents can only be imagined, whose dangers remain potential rather than actual, whose revelation is perpetually promised but never delivered. This is why the book has survived decades of elaboration, adaptation, and appropriation that would have exhausted less resilient concepts. It cannot be exhausted because it cannot be completed, cannot be definitively represented, because representation is precisely what it resists. Every reader's Necronomicon remains slightly different, shaped by their own anxieties and fascinations, making it simultaneously universal cultural icon and intensely personal psychological object. The book exists in that paradoxical space between fiction and reality, between specific text and abstract concept, between known and unknown, ensuring that it will continue haunting cultural imagination as long as humans fear knowledge, which is to say forever. The enduring question is not whether the Necronomicon exists, but why we continue seeking it despite knowing it doesn't. Why fictional grimoire that promised only madness and destruction has become object of genuine desire rather than merely literary curiosity. What this says about human relationship to knowledge and the forbidden. We know it was invented by Providence Recluse, writing for pulp magazines in the 1920s. Know that Abdul Alhazred was Lovecraft's childhood fantasy persona. Know that the entire elaborate mythology of translations and suppressions and surviving copies is deliberate fiction constructed through accumulated cross-references and pseudo-scholarly apparatus. Yet the knowledge that it's fiction does not eliminate its power, does not prevent continued searching, does not answer the deeper question of what the Necronomicon represents that makes it permanently appealing despite or because of its fictional status. Perhaps what we seek is not the actual book, but what it symbolizes. Knowledge that would finally explain everything, text that would answer all questions, revelation that would make reality comprehensible, even if comprehension destroys us. This is fundamentally impossible desire. Complete understanding is not achievable by limited consciousness observing unlimited reality, but it is also fundamentally human desire, the curiosity that drives science and philosophy and art, the need to understand that persists despite recognition that understanding might be impossible or dangerous. The Necronomicon captures this desire in perfect symbolic form, the book that supposedly explains everything, that promises complete cosmic knowledge, that offers total understanding as reward for reading it, even though that understanding will destroy the reader. We continue seeking it because we continue wanting what it promises, continue being willing to pay the price it demands, continue believing that somewhere there must be text that finally makes everything make sense, even when we know intellectually that no such text exists or could exist. The search for the Necronomicon is the search for ultimate explanation, final answer, comprehensive theory of everything, and that search continues because human consciousness cannot help seeking pattern and meaning and understanding, even in universe that offers none. This is why a book that never existed has become more real than many books that do exist. Why Abdul Alhazred, who never lived, has become more influential than many historical scholars. Why forbidden knowledge that was only ever fiction continues shaping how we think about information, consciousness, and the limits of human understanding. The Necronomicon persists because the desires and anxieties it represents persist, because it successfully symbolizes something permanent about human relationship to knowledge, because Lovecraft accidentally created not just effective plot device, but genuine modern myth, story that continues being retold because it continues being true at levels that simple factual truth or falsehood cannot measure.